at both Baltimore and Bewdley. We have the candy vending machines, the pop machines, and then the canteens. We have agreements at both facilities for the canteen to operate during peak times of the day at both Bewdley and Baltimore to a contractor. The vending machines is something that we've noticed over the last few years with our contractor, the struggles in keeping it full. It's empty quite often. And when we chase them for our revenues, and when we do, it is a significant amount of money, which has led us to believe that there is money to be made on these vending machines if we purchase our own and stock them ourselves. And the other big part of this is the service that we provide. And when people are in our facilities and the vending machines are empty, it's a little frustrating to them. So we're there every day. We have the ability to keep them stocked up, keep them full, and create some additional revenue for the department. Thank you. Any questions?
I believe our CAO would like to provide a comment as well.
Through you, Mayor Jim, I think Trevor Clapton has provided very good information and update. They did provide one other question regarding the service canteen that is there for certain hours. But I think the vending machines are perhaps providing a broader.
Yeah, so the canteen is only open during peak hours, when it's busy, when there's parents there, when they can make a profit on that. So the rest of the time, we still do have users of the facility coming in and out that require that service of the vending. So it's there 24/7 and available. So that's we would want to continue that in addition to the canteen service.
Thank you, Trevor.
Thank you.
I guess I will go back to the audience and say, any additional questions, any follow-up questions? Seeing none, we'll move along. And we do have a written submission, and it's the only thing on the back page is the name. It's from Donna Cole, and I'll read it in its entirety. It's addressed to our treasurer, Nezrat. I would like to pose the following questions with regard to our township and county paving programs for 2025. As of December 31st, 2023, our township budget road reserves balance was 1.1 million. It appears that paving costs are rising significantly in comparison to the interest we collect on the 1.1 million in the reserve account. Would it not then be prudent to utilize this 1.1 million to accelerate our paving program in an attempt to achieve some future cost avoidance? 2, I believe we should also complete a financial evaluation on the cost to borrow money from Infrastructure Ontario or other government loan programs to accelerate our paving program. It would depend on what the cost to borrow money would be versus the escalating costs of our paving contracts within our paving program. 3, my last question pertains to the county paving program within Hamilton Township. Last summer, Harwood Road was paved from County Road 9 north towards Harwood. Many township residents were very surprised that this construction took place. The road appeared to be in an excellent shape, especially compared to our township road. The same thing happened with County Road 9 a few summers ago. It appears to the citizens of our township, the county has a much bigger budget for road construction on a per kilometer basis than our township. I would like to suggest that they should be approached to share some of their wealth instead of paving roads earlier than it appears necessary. I know this will probably never happen, but from the residents' point of view, it seems there's feast at the county level of budgeting and famine at the township level. This is very concerning. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter. I believe I'm probably the only one that should answer the county question. And that is that there has been a recent motion by county council for a review of operations, and in particular, the engineering/roads department on practices and policies. That was in the November meeting. I would expect some information in the December meeting, which is coming up next week. I probably should just stop there because some of it went into in camera and I know I should not speak of that. So I'll simply say there has been a review requested by county council of these matters within this department in particular and the county in general. I'll quickly add, for those of you who don't know, the 2024 budget for the county was $219 million. Again, I will stop there. We have two other questions regarding roads, regarding our 1.1 million in reserve, and also in respect to the cost of borrowing. There are occasions that we get asked questions that we don't have the information to answer at the time that they're asked of us. I don't know that that's the case, or do we have information? Have we had the question early enough that we might have some information? I'm looking at roads and I'm looking at Nezrat. Nezrat, please.
To you, Mr. Mayor, I will attempt to answer the first two questions. I feel like there are two components to the two questions, one financial component and one operational component. I will try to answer the financial component and I'll ask Lucas to answer the operational side. So in terms of the bank interest rate that we earn, it's prime minus 2.4%. In terms of the landing rate from Infrastructure Ontario, I did reach out to them this week, but they didn't respond back to me yet. So I don't have that information. When it comes to roads capital budget, we actually base it on three components. The first one is the grant allocated for that budget year, BC eligibility, and roads overlay operating budget, which is approximately $859,000 for 2025. If council directs us to fund any of Pacific Road through debt, we will be able to look into that for 2026. There will be a business enhancement sheet attached to it, which will clearly indicate the cost of borrowing. I did have to look into this a little bit. So since we don't normally borrow at the township level, when we borrow money, the principal payment will come from reserve if council approves it, but the interest component will come from operating budget. So there will be a direct impact to property tax rate if we are to borrow money, and the extent of the impact, it depends on the amount that we are going to be borrowing. Okay, I'm actually going to pass it now to Lucas, who can respond to the operational side.
Thanks, Nezrat. Through you, Mayor Jeb. So there would be, I would definitely support doing obviously more road construction, road work. There would be some additional time spent for tendering, contract administration, inspection, through that process. Because currently right now, we don't hire any consultants. The hot mix paving is all managed from myself for our department, the roads department. If we were looking at doing a little bit of an increase, we could probably manage it. But if we're looking at borrowing $1, $2, $3 million and do a substantial amount of road work, we would have to look at possibly getting engineers involved to review the process and making sure we do what's necessary to complete those works and inspections. But through some of my notes I did when I've been here since 2019 to present year, paving has gone up about 41% of the cost. So that gives you about, I'll give it 8 to 10% every year. It's been going up. Do I see a major increase in the future? Do I think it's plateauing? I do believe so, but I can't predict the future. So that's all I have for the operation side of it.
Thank you, Lucas. You referenced 2019. I'm not sure everyone keyed into that, but I think if we were to look at the environment of purchasing anything from 2019 till now, it's been significant increases. we all know the reason why, or the stated reason why. I sincerely hope that we don't see another 41% increase in that same time period in the future as we have in the past. Lucas, do you by any chance know the increase in 1 year to the next, i.e. 23 to 24, or the proposed 24 to 25, to see if it represents the same increment of increase as the previous year?
I believe from speaking to contractors, looking at 24 to 25, the costs are going to be very similar in nature. All the pricing is done by through the province, which is asphalt cement indexing. So it's kind of like fuel, where the province sets a number. It is a public document, which is the AC price index. Right now, from 2023 to 2024, it's only fluctuating about $10 per ton. So a base model right now is about $1,200 a ton. So $1,200 a ton for asphalt. So right now it looks like it's being steady and being neutral. But for your instance, Mayor Jib, from 2021 to 2022, when we seen that pandemic, it went up $500 a ton. So we all see where COVID has brought the industry for products, services. So I do see 25 not changing significantly.
Thank you. John, your question?
Just for clarity, how much will it cost a kilometer per paving?
A kilometer road just for paving, I mean, there is some shoulder and granular material. You're looking at about $200,000 per kilometer.
Any further questions? Well, our author of our question is not present, and I don't believe there's anybody on Zoom, so we can't see if there's any follow-up component to that. So thank you, Nezra. Thank you, Lucas. Again, I'll simply ask, any further questions from the floor? Seeing none, we'll move on. And we have a presentation under item 7 on our agenda by Tammy Robinson, CEO, Cobourg Public Library. Please, the microphone is yours.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I'm assuming the remote is mine too. So hopefully we'll get this going. I thank you so much for allowing the library to speak today. We're always happy to come and talk to the township. And I realize you do have a very long day. So we're just going to cut right to the chase, talk about the budget and not necessarily focus on all the other wonderful things that we do at the library. You already know. There we go. So we thought we would list some of the goals and priorities. So what these slides are going to show is why we're asking for what we're asking for. So we have undertaken a service review in 2024. Now, this has been a year-long project. I'm sure many of you have done service reviews, and it's not something that can be done really quickly. And the project was actually undertaken by the library's leadership team. We found that we have become experts at maximizing the value of every dollar. Similar to the township, we try not to hire consultants. Actually, we've never hired a consultant in the 10 years I've been CEO. We feel using our own staff who are experts in these areas is just much more efficient for us. And as I said, in order to be efficient with our funding, we utilized all the different expertise, and the service delivery review has been completed, and we will have that out in 2025. Increase in membership. So right now we are looking at about 25% of the township has a library card. We are committed to increasing this to 30%. We are very hopeful to work with the township staff to get the message out through various messages such as the township website, the tax bill mailings, the social media, and so on. We're also going to be implementing a referral program where current members are rewarded for bringing in new members. We're also looking into setting up a booth at some of the public skates in the township, the craft markets, and other community events in the township. We're going to be doing giveaways, having contests to motivate people to visit the library for the first time. And we also have just lots and lots of ideas, and we're very confident that we can increase that up to the 30%. CUPE negotiations. The collective agreement with the library CUPE staff expires at the end of this year, and we will begin our negotiations in early 2025. We don't have an exact date yet, probably not till February or March. So we're going to work with both our library union and the town of Cobourg's HR department. The reason we're working with the town of Cobourg is that the union we have at the library is a chapter of the towns. So where the union at the town of Cobourg is CUPE 25, we are 25-02. So we have our stewards sit on their executive and so on. So we do have to work in collaboration with them. And what we're hoping to do, of course, is what anybody would like to do with their union, is to achieve an equitable agreement for both the library and the union. So we'll keep our fingers crossed with that one. We also have the expansion of services. So I believe the council is aware of our proposal. The library would like to propose providing additional library services in the township. Now, this would be a pilot project that would run in 2025. And what we would like to do is offer a monthly service at either Cold Springs, so an additional monthly service at either Cold Springs Memorial Hall or at the Baltimore Recreation Center Arena. Now, Township Council, of course, can select your preferred location of where you'd like to see us for the additional service, or the library can select, whichever works for you. If you're selecting, we just would like you to keep in mind that in Cold Springs, there would be dedicated space for the library. And in Baltimore, we'd still have to sort of figure out exactly where we could have some storage space or where we could set the library up and then dismantle it as well. So what we'd be looking at is a similar type of library service that we currently provide at Harwood Hall at the monthly pancake breakfasts. Plus, we would also like to have passive programs available during open hours or have additional programming. So if it's at Baltimore or Cold Springs, we do know that there's kitchens there. So it would be fun to be able to do some cooking programs, both with seniors and children. We have lots of different ideas that we can do. So it would be regular library service, but it would also be extras on top of that. So again, without beating around the bush, we just threw out this number right there on one slide, $381,034. This number reflects our full budgetary requirements for 2025 from the Township of Hamilton, including the provincial grant, which the township receives and transfers to the library. So this is an increase of 6.23%, which works out to $21,230 more than our ask for last year. Now, this slide just shows an overview of the library's revenue and expenses for next year. I am going to review a few of these expense lines in a bit more detail in the next couple of slides, but those are the numbers when you look at them. So these are the areas that we are increasing. Custodial expenses is the first one. So we are increasing our custodial expenses in order to expand our cleaning hours and service. Right now, we have one part-time custodian who works just Monday to Friday, 7 in the morning till 12 noon. But we need to fill those gaps for the afternoons and the evenings to cover the hours that right now the library staff are doing all the cleaning. And I also wanted to mention that our custodian does go to Bewdley, to the Bewdley branch, and we are going to continue with that service and hopefully increase that as well. And I think you can agree that janitorial services are a necessity for the health and safety of our community and staff. But just to give you an idea of what happens when our custodian is not there, it is the library staff who are working on the service desks or doing programs who are currently shouldering the responsibility of cleaning the public washrooms, monitoring the library property, while also trying to balance all their other responsibilities. it's just very difficult not having the custodian. Our services are being used so much more. And some of the people who do visit our library are there all day. And there is messes that are created, spills that are happening on carpets. So we need to get this cleaned up. Simply because if we have most of the messes happening in the afternoons or evenings, we also have programs and groups happening in both the library, the Rotary Room, and also at the branches as well. We need to get those done. So tasks such as checking and cleaning the public washrooms, responding to issues both inside and outside the building have become regular for staff. And as with other municipal buildings, we find ourselves responding to incidents, dealing with toilet issues, cleaning up trash, spills on the floor. It's just far too much for the library staff to keep up with, having only a part-time custodian. And as I mentioned earlier, we're also going to be entering into union negotiations in 2025, and we do have to plan for an increase in our union staff wages in order to ensure sufficient funding to meet our contractual obligations to the union. And of course, I'm sure you all know that when salaries increase, staff benefits increase, as do OMERS, CPP, EI, EHT, and the like. So we have to factor all that in. And it was mentioned earlier that fees are also rising. And the library, of course, is finding that our vendor fees are steadily increasing. Licensing fees for databases, contracts with vendors such as those that support our catalog system, our IT support, as well as our book and media vendors are all increasing their fees. In order to maintain our equipment and public services, our level of e-resources and our collections, we need to also include this budgetary line to meet these additional expenses. And again, everyone is experiencing increases to their utilities, and the library is not exempt from this. Heat, hydro, water, phone, and so on are all on the rise, and we need to ensure that our budget lines are appropriately funded in order to pay these bills. And the last one is our thank you. So the library continues to maintain its level of transparency in budget matters, which we strongly feel is critical to ensure the trust of this council and our community. And we want to thank Nazret very much for working with us closely and helping us along with our budget. She's been very, very helpful with our 2025 and has brought new information to light for us to look at the budget in a different way for the township. And we're very pleased with the direction that we're going right now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Larry, go ahead, please.
To you, Mr. Mayor. First, I don't have any questions. I just want to say that when we started the budget, I'm on the board of the library. When we started the process, we were at 14%. Our budget was 14% in the library. When you take a look at the whole budget of the library, Nazret was able to help with this process that when she evaluated our contribution to the budget with regards to the services that we get for the budget, we're down to 23%. We don't share 50-50 with COVID. They understand that. So we are at 23%. But when you talk to people, Tammy was saying about the high custodian charge, a huge number of people, I don't have the statistics here with me, but a huge number of people from the township of Hamilton go to the library in the program. I was speaking at, and maybe you noticed that I was speaking at Baltimore Public School just a few weeks ago. And I asked the question, how many of you people go to the library? I would say one heck of a lot of kids, almost 3/4 of the room put their hand up. But how many of you kids have a library card? And the slate-wise, it was quite a few number of kids put up the library. I would say 3/4 of the room put up the library. There had to be how many? Yeah, well, I guess it's not. So just in when you take a look at the statistics, the library is an essential part of our tapestry of the township. I know in the survey that we did on the for the budget, there were some questions with regards to get rid of the library. And that's understandable because those people aren't using the library. They don't really get the significance and the impact the library has within the community. I mean, the library is not just books. It's information that people can gather from CDs, movies, heritage information. The library has a heritage department that if you want to look up your ancestors or the history of the township, it's all there. So when we look at the library, it's an essential part of our township. And, you know, to give you an idea, they do provide a once a month library service to the township or the village of Harwood. And that's 1 day a month. And the number of people that use that library in 1 day is equal to the number of people for the month, any month in Gore's Landing. So you can see having to start that little pilot in Harwood, people going to the pancake breakfast, it just exploded. People were just so excited about it. So my synopsis is that we definitely need the library, and I'd like to see it expand in Hamilton Township. And maybe we can do it, you know, study the demographics of how many people are in Baltimore and how many people are in Cold Springs. But I think it's definitely something I would like to see something happen in the future. And the library is totally for that and working hard to accomplish that in the future. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Larry. Mark?
Just a quick question, Tammy. You had mentioned that you're looking at larger membership within our own municipality, and if within town of Cobourg is similar, you're probably looking at the same kind of number.
Yes. So when we do the membership campaign, it'll be for both Cobourg and Hamilton Township, but for Hamilton Township, we specifically want to bring that up another 5%. So
So in doing that, how much longer before you hit capacity within the Cobourg branch? I mean, it must be close to that now. I presume.
yes, it is. We are at capacity for several things. One of the items right now is story times. We have to turn people away once we hit 60, and it's crazy to have that many people at a family story time. We are at capacity. We've run out of space for both materials and meeting space. So although we are doing the membership campaign in both communities, I think you'll find that the membership campaign will focus quite a bit on the township, because we would like to see it grow to use not only the Gore's Landing and Bewdley, but we also want to attract people to either Baltimore or Cold Springs and even Harwood. But there's a lot of different ways that we know we can do that. And I don't think we've ever had a focus this much on the township. But again, we just want the township to know that we do enjoy working with you, and we want to build what's here, but we know we can't build without showing you results of why we need to build. Story time at Bewdley right now, we're in the high teens and the 20s every Friday, and that's a lot for Bewdley for family story time, when before we used to get 5 or 6 people. So we're almost at capacity for Bewdley at this point as well for story times and programs.
Great. Well, congratulate you. And after Larry's speech, you're doing a great job.
He's very encouraging.
Thank you all. We are tight on time, of course, today, but I do have one quick question. What's the total budget for the library? Not our share. What's the total budget?
Oh, I'm so glad I brought that with me. I figured someone would ask. Okay, the total. Oh, no, I have it here somewhere. Nope. Yeah, she probably does. Is it the same one I had? Oh, yeah, it is. The total budget we're asking for is 1.673075. So almost 1.7 million.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
And thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We'll move on with the prepared motion that reads that the presentation from Tammy Robinson, CEO, Cobourg Public Library, regarding the 2025 library budget be received for information. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Larry, seconded by Mark. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 8 on our agenda, council meeting minutes. prepared motion that the minutes of the November 19th, 2024 council meeting be adopted. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Larry, John? Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Corporate services. Our 2025 budget consultation. Nezrat, I see you moving in. The only thing I will say, Nezrat, whether it's yours or not, I don't know, but there is a bottle of water on the floor below the table. Nezrat, when you get settled, the floor is yours. I do have a motion here that says that we received. Do you want me to go right to that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, staff is requesting that council receive 2025 budget consultation report for information purpose. The budget survey was actually open to public from July 26th to September 30th of this year. That's approximately 67 days. And if you look at our budget survey has two main components. The first one is where we, staff, ask questions directly to the residents. And the result of that is attached to Appendix A of the staff report. And the second component is when we ask residents or ratepayers to ask us questions. We have received quite a few questions. We have answered those questions, and that's attached to Appendix B of the staff report. I am happy to say that we received 128 responses this year. This is actually one of the highest that we have received so far. If there is any question, I would be happy to answer.
Seeing none, Nezrat. Just a minute, we got a note from our deputy mayor.
I guess the thing that I found most interesting, the statistics is one thing. I always look at the comments. And broadly speaking, I thought the comments were really positive. Because it gives us some insight into, for instance, the communication plan. You know, it gives us also some indication that people are actually willing or looking at increasing fees to offset some of the revenue that we are taxing them on. So maybe we should be looking at that. You know, overall, I think when you look at comments from people, it's very positive. We're always going to have complaints and stuff like that, but overall, I think the results of the survey were very, very positive and very encouraging. So glad you did it, but thank you.
Any further questions? Nezrat. The motion is the council receives report 2024-25 budget consultation result for information. Moved by John, second by Larry. All those in favor? Thank you. Carried, thank you. Nezrat, back to you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, for the second staff report, we are requesting that council receive 2025 draft operating and capital budget for the township for information purpose. For the 2025 draft operating budget, staff is proposing a 6.3% increase. Factoring in the assessment growth of 0.9%, the net levy increase for 2025 consolidated budget is 5.4%. For average household with current value assessment of $335,000, this equates to an increase of $9 per month or $108 per year. In terms of the capital budget for 2025, we are proposing approximately $4.5 million. Before I get into the budget package, there are a few things that I wanted to talk about today, just for clarification purpose. When I was going through the budget survey, I saw there were a few comments on tax rate increase in tax bills, and I wanted to clarify something today. It is true that property tax bills are mailed and collected by the township, but less than 45 cents of every dollar collected remains with the township to pay for township's operation. So when you pay your tax bill, only 44% of what you pay stays with the township to pay for our operation. 43% of which you pay is transferred to the county, and 13% of what you pay is transferred to the school board. Just to give you an idea about the magnitude, for 2024, we transferred $9.6 million to the county and approximately $3 million to the school board. So the budget that I'm going to be presenting today, that impacts only the 44% that I've just mentioned. That's the amount that remains with the township. When county approves their budget, that will impact the 43% that I've just mentioned. So yes, township mails and collects the tax, but only 44% of the tax that you pay stays with the township. And if you ever have the time and look at the residential property tax rate for the township, you will see that we have one of the lowest, if not the lowest, residential property tax in the county. And if you look at the survey, you will also see, as Deputy Mayor mentioned, majority of the respondents agreed that a township is responsive to its citizens, maintains its facilities well, and delivers services cost efficiently. With saying that, I would now like to take everyone to Appendix A of the staff report, which is the budget package. I will start with operating budget presentation first, and then I'll move into the capital budget presentation. If I can take everyone to page 46, please. As I've mentioned, we are proposing a budget increase of 6.3%. As you all know, when it comes to budget variances, I always categorize this in various categories. And this year, similar to past years, I will be using the following categories: base, new, analyzation, service enhancement, external pressure, and capital contribution. And if anyone wants to know the definition of these categories, it's on page 35. In terms of base, our base is increasing by 1.8%. Some of the factors that's impacting the base increase, it's COLA, step rate increase, benefit rate increase, CPI, which is 2% right now, contractual rate increase, some additional IT expenses, and maintenance for building, equipment, and vehicle, just to name a few. And you can see that even after factoring in all these increases, we're able to keep the base budget at 1.8% lower than CPI. In terms of new, we are not requesting for any new positions for 2025. In terms of analyzation, the impact is approximately $39,000 or 0.4%, and that's for the 2 new positions, part-time positions, which were approved by council during 2024 budget deliberation. This is the analyzation impact of it. In terms of service enhancement, the impact is $49,800 or 0.5%. I've actually listed exactly what makes up this amount on page 48, if you want to follow along with me. $5,100 is for the annual cost for the budget software. $1,500 for increased support in GIS. $10,000 for planning department for operational expense for cloud permit. Approximately $15,000 for fire department for a comprehensive software platform for the fire services. An additional $18,000 for Public Works Department for additional line painting, crack sealing, and additional catch basin cleaning, CCTV, and condition review. If I can take everyone back to page 46. The second category that I'll talk about is the external pressure, which is at 1.6%. And again, as always, I have listed exactly what makes up that $154,000 increase, and that's listed on page 49. It's related to OPP, insurance, library services, GRCA, police service board, animal services, as well as physician recruitment. If I can request everyone go back to page 46 again. Capital contribution, which is the next category, that's an increase of 2% or approximately $200,000. This is a provision for the future. This will allow Township to build the reserve to ensure that Township has sufficient fund for the future. Asset management plan was presented to council and various capital forecasts have been presented to council, and all indicated that we, Township, we are transferring money less than what we should be transferring. So there is a huge gap between what we should be transferring versus what we are transferring. The gap is more than $2.5 million on a yearly basis. And we need to take steps in order to make sure that we are ready for the future. As a result, we are proposing to increase the budget by 2% and transfer the entire amount to various reserves. Now you're going to ask me, what are these reserves? So if I can take you to page 51, please. Page 51 identifies all the reserves where this additional $200,000 will be transferred to. If you look at the second table on page 51, you are going to see a scenario if council decides not to increase the reserve transfer, what will happen to these reserves? It will be in a significant deficit by the end of 2035. So it is crucial for us to start taking these steps to make sure we are ready for the future. I do want to remind everyone, when asset management plan was presented to council and council approved it, we actually submitted it to the ministry. So ministry is also aware of the fact that we're not in great shape when it comes to reserve. If I can take everyone back to page 46 again. So that is your consolidated budget at a high level. As you know, I am going to go through every variances line by line when I go through the departmental budget presentation. But if you have any question now, I'll be happy to answer. Should I move on?
Nazareth, I just wanted to comment just for clarity, in respect to the contributions to reserves. If we don't do it, our future reserves will be in an awkward position. However, our reserves today for today's operation are not in an awkward position.
So that will be the second page that I'm going to go through if that's okay.
I just wanted to clarify about
Yes.
future versus present day.
That's right. So if I can take everyone to page 64, please. So you all know when it comes to reserve, red means good news. It's a surplus. If you look at the last column, which is projected 2025 ending balance, you will see for our reserve, most are in surplus position. What Mr. Mayor said, it's correct. We are in good shape right now. That does not mean that we are going to be in good shape in the future. Asset management plan as well as capital forecast clearly indicated that we're transferring significantly less than we should be. If we do not start increasing reserve transfer now, then we will be borrowing money significantly in the future. That will have a significant impact on our tax rate. In terms of the reserves, you can see, as I've said, most are in surplus position now. That doesn't mean it's going to be in the future, but it is in surplus position right now, except for three. Environment Initiative Reserve. That's because we are proposing a project for 2025. It's the floodplain mapping project, but that the project will take 3 years to do it. So by the end of the third year, this particular reserve will be in a deficit state by 7,000. So it's not significant, and we'll be able to recoup it the year after. Fire Vehicle and Equipment Reserve is currently in a deficit state, and this is something that has been brought to council's attention a few times. Roads Facility Reserve is also going to be in a deficit state, and it's related to one of the projects that we are requesting for 2025. And when I go through the capital budget, we will go through that in detail. Any question on this page?
Again, a point of clarity, if I could, please. The ending numbers for 2025 are assuming the increased amounts of contribution, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the ending balance, it assumes a few things. One, all the items that is going to be presented to council today for 2025 is approved. That's the assumption, which includes increase in reserve transfer as well as approval of the capital that we are requesting. Is there any question on page 64? If not, I would like to move on to departmental budget presentation, and I will request our CAO, Arthur Anderson, to introduce General Gov. Page 67, please.
Thank you, Nazrat. And good morning, council, staff, and members of the public, those who are here in person or also participating online. As part of the general government operations, I'm quite honored to present the achievements of the township, which basically I could summarize as saying it's been a remarkable year with significant strides across all departments. Similar to the mayor's comments a little earlier about positive culture and positive sense of participation, I think I could say that we've taken steps to improve our services and foster engagement and ensure sustainability for our community. You're going to hear more details from each department shortly, but I want to emphasize how incredible a team that you have working for you. We've had a busy and challenging year, and yet staff have been able to take on all these challenges and do a phenomenal job. Our roads are being maintained and improved with new pavement, road surface treatment, and new equipment such as the brusher deployed to make them even safer. Our parks and facilities are seeing even greater use by residents through increased programming and services. This is generating revenue. We've had some discussion on that already. But more importantly than generating revenue, it's also generating a lot of community participation and engagement. Our award-winning finance department continues to set the bar high, successfully achieving international recognition for our financial budget reporting, but also helping us to manage our processes to maintain sound financial statements and clean audit reports. Our emergency services staff and volunteers keep our communities safe through response to a wide spectrum of challenging events, but also through their education and inspections, proactively promoting a fire-safe community. Development Services has expanded our service delivery and positive work with residents through permits, land use planning, and bylaw services. Our water department leads with providing quality, reliable water to our users to maintain high standards and phenomenal leadership through our Walkerton Clean Water pilot project. Corporate Services has brought on a new deputy clerk and strengthened our coordination internally amongst departments, and importantly, the external outreach and contributing to customer service focus of our organization. So it's been a remarkable year with significant accomplishments across all departments And I'm very proud to be here in front of you today to highlight the organization's accomplishments. So now if I can focus specifically on general government, I'm happy to talk to you about our chief administrative officer's role. So we've delivered as a department on our guidance and assistance to council and to the public, delivering effectively through our office, assistance to well over 125 meetings and educational sessions. I've also been working with the senior management team through regular meetings, through the active management and monitoring of our 2024 budgets, our one-on-one structured meetings, utilizing BetterWorks as a tool, and directed at our accomplishments of the strategic plans delivering on council's priorities. We've also been pursuing economic development activities through promotional materials, servicing discussions with owners, and exploring positive land development opportunities. In addition, we've been coordinating our efforts with Northumberland County Tourism. We promoted and pursued economic development for the township and in a variety of capacities. It's also important to keep our staff engaged through making sure our policies are reviewed, up to date, and effective, and holding organizational-wide meetings to make sure all parts of our organization are hearing the messages effectively and working together. So not only having meetings, but also making sure the resources are there to ensure skill training, and these are all designed to have investments in our most important resource, our people. So you're seeing some of the physical investments we're making, but not only, we can also see them around us right now today, some of the changes we're making with our council chambers, and you can see more in the next few weeks. These are all efforts to make sure our meetings are being held effectively and seamlessly in the future. With respect to our corporate services division, they've been integral to helping with the renovation of this room and helping us to ensure the space is fully accessible in the future. Corporate Services has also worked directly with the Community Recognition Committee to deliver on the second annual Community Recognition event, which again was a huge community building exercise. And Corporate Services has also undertaken a draft communications plan with input from the community, which is going to help provide an overall direction for our communication activities in the township, and we'll be bringing that to council shortly. Through Corporate Services support, through their IT responsibilities, we'll be bringing this all together on the basis of the communications plan and which will help us set the groundwork for what will now be the 2025 implementation of our new website. So you can see there's lots of interesting activities in corporate services, which also includes ongoing corporate communications to enhance our local media presence, our records management functions and meeting functions, and also expanding our responsibilities for cemeteries. Our human resource accomplishments include developing a new performance management process, which has occurred this year. And after the consultation, we'll be rolling that out in 2025. Our HR department's also been involved in updating our job descriptions, undertaking a pay equity review, and successfully leading us through various recruitment activities for several placements of new phenomenal staff throughout the year. I hope I've covered a couple of the accomplishments through 24, but what are our priorities for 2025? Where are we going? So we'll be continuing to provide leadership and management of the organization through regular meetings, work on continued improvement of the culture across the organization. We'll be pursuing outreach and improvements to our customer service responsiveness with help from our communications plan. We'll also be continuing to deliver tangible results from our 2023 to 26 strategic plan for the township. In addition, our work will also be to provide and pursue economic development opportunities for the township, including delivering on the implementation of the Water Master Plan and the related discussions on land use planning policies and development opportunities. Within corporate services in 25, we'll be commencing the planning for the 2026 municipal election, which will be occurring shortly. And very important part of that will be the new communications plan will be developed and delivered, the new township website, which I mentioned a few moments ago. We'll be delivering on our customer service strategy and policy and procedural support to various committees and of course, directly to council. With respect to our human resources, we'll be delivering an updated performance management process that I mentioned. But we'll also be continuing to build on the results of our employee engagement surveys. This will include internal staff newsletters, staff appreciation events, and training. Again, all components that will contribute to the culture going forward. Lastly, we'll be starting our negotiations for a new QP collective agreement, which is expiring December 31st, 2025. So I hope I've provided a bit of a sense of the accomplishments of the organization, and in particular, the general government activities, both in 24, as well as the direction we're pursuing in 2025. I'll now turn the floor back to Nazrat, our treasurer, for the next steps in the agenda.
Just before we do that, thank you, Arthur. Do we have a quick question for Arthur? I mean, it was a great summary, and of course, I did speak earlier of our staff engagement and accomplishment. So any further follow-up questions or comments from council members? Najat, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, for general gov, we are requesting a budget increase of 5.3%. In terms of base is increasing by 3.2%. Personnel is increasing by 4%, and that is COLA, step rate increase, and benefit rate increase. Contribution to reserve is decreasing by approximately $8,000. It's because of reduction in transfer to the Environment Initiative Reserve. As you can recall, during 2024 budget deliberation, GRCA, there was a surplus of $15,000 that was transferred to Environment Initiative Reserve. That was just for one time, so we removed it this year. But for 2025 budget, there is a surplus of $7,000 for GRCAs that we are proposing to add to or transfer to the Environment Initiative Reserve. So that offsets it, and it's a decrease of $8,000. In terms of other expenditure, it is increasing by approximately $27,000 for various reasons. And when I go through the pressure sheet, I'll be able to go through that in detail. In terms of other revenue, that is increasing by approximately $51,000. That's because we have received for the OMPF allocation for 2025, there's an increase of approximately $51,000. So it's a good news story for us. In terms of service enhancement, I've mentioned this a few times, GICA, increase in GIS support, as well as budget software annual cost is reflected in the $6,600. In terms of external pressure, there is an increase of 0.9%, and it's because of insurance. And for capital contribution, we are requesting an increase of $5,000 to be transferred to IT reserve. Just to give you an idea, the asset management plan stated that we should be transferring around $61,000 each year. If council approves to transfer $5,000 extra this year, then it will be $27,700 that we're transferring. Again, significantly below what is recommended by asset management plan. So we're taking one step at a time to get to that level. Any question on this page, which is page 75, before I get into the pressure sheet? Yeah.
John, Phil.
Through you, Mayor Jib. Just a quick question, just a clarification. When you come with personnel and that you have other expenses, is that including the increases from OMERS as well? Because I know OMERS has increased their benefits quite.
That's right. That's right. To you, Mr. Mayor, personnel includes the OMERS increases too. If there's no question, I will move to page 76, which is the pressure sheet. Personnel is increasing by 4%, and that is cost of living, step rate increase, benefit increase, as well as OMERS. Contribution to reserve for Environment Initiative Reserve is actually decreasing by 8,000, and as I've mentioned, the reasoning for that. In terms of the council expenditure, I normally flatline it for the council, and then if council would like me to increase it, I would be able to increase it. But as of now, it's flatlined to 2024 level. Bank service charges under administration is increasing by $1,500. That is aligned with actual. Audit is increasing by $4,500, aligned with actual. Computer support is increasing by hydro is increasing by $500. That's aligned with actual and CPI. Computer support is increasing by $5,100. That's aligned with projected 2024 actual and CPI. Building maintenance is increasing by $2,000. That is aligned with actual. Computer hardware support and internet support is increasing by $9,200. That is aligned with projected 2024 actual and CPI. We're requesting $5,000 for minor capital for small hardware replacement. Any question on this page? If not, I'll move to the next page.
I was just gonna ask, because hardware means different things to different people. Is that electronic hardware or is that physical hardware?
So it's going to be mouses, keyboards, and things like that.
Yeah, electronic. Thank you.
That's right.
I'm afraid to say that's not where my mind goes to when we talk hardware.
Page 77, please. OMPF funding is increasing by $51,000 in 2025. Computer hardware, software, internet support is increasing by $5,100. This is related to service enhancement. And I mentioned this. This is the annual operating cost for budget software. GIS mapping is increasing by $1,500 for enhanced services. Insurance is increasing by $8,800. That is aligned with actual and rate increases. Transfer to IT reserve is increasing by $5,000. As I've mentioned, asset management plan is recommending an increase, a transfer of $61,000 each year. We're significantly below it, but we're taking a small step at a time. Any question on this page?
John, go ahead.
Mayor Jim, just on the insurance, we're putting money aside to offset any of future costs or increases, or are we just flatlining it?
So insurance, we're not actually flatlining it. We're slightly increasing it, projecting the future cost.
Thank you.
Larry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Nazareth, on the GIS, that cost there, is that also going to be, is that part of the building and planning department, or are they going to be on top of that again?
So this does not include building department's GIS. It includes planning department's GIS. Yes,
So it's planning parts.
that's right.
Yeah.
The entire township is included there except for water and building because those are self-sufficient.
So yes, Tim, staff could sort of give us a sense of what the GIS service is providing to consumer or the residents and the impact it's having on this, the efficiencies, et cetera. We could ask staff to give us a synopsis of that.
Happy to, Larry. So right now in our budget, is our total number 51? Okay, so 51,500 for the 2025 draft budget would include all of the services that are being provided by the County of Northumberland. So that incorporates everything associated to our parcel fabric, and how it integrates with our aerial imagery or any services that we provide, road network, road segments, attributes associated to each of those. Some of the improvements that we're making right now is associated to the public portal. As I believe I've had a meeting with members of council regarding that public portal and how every resident can now access that on any piece of electronic equipment they have, and identify everything associated to their property. So from an efficiency perspective, it helps staff as we're providing them answers in their own home based on their own use, rather than contacting the municipality for, let's say it's zoning or where hydrants are or streetlights or anything associated to data and attribute information that we've collected. We can now provide that to the public, and we continue to update that. So a lot of the costs are associated to parcel fabric and cadastral fabric updates. Right now we have registered plans and surveys
um, for a number of our properties, but being so rural, a lot of the things are based on assessment maps, which is hand-drawn images of properties. So it's an evolving program where we continuously improve the fabric itself for what people own. So I hope that sheds a little bit of light. I'd be happy to explain more or even do a presentation to council based on what we've been working on. But
Thanks, Tim. I guess the other thing I was going to ask is, how are the public responding to the GIS system?
right now,
Are we getting a lot of people using it, or is it increasing the service satisfaction?
sure. So biggest impact for us probably relates to real estate agents, that now they go on our system instead of calling us for property information when selling, and also our public or our platforms for our services. So building permits, you're selecting properties off of GIS because we've integrated that in our permitting platforms, and planning as well. That's another component that people don't need to worry about coming into the office to get the information to then submit an application. So all of the feedback we've received on that end is very positive, because they can look things up before making the trip into the office. And a lot of them don't need to make the trip into the office because they have that at home on their computer. So it has been very positive. I haven't heard any complaints. If we were to receive any, I would imagine it's based on the constant improvements to our fabric. There's a lot line through a house. It could be just based on the fact that we don't have the information for that property. And it's used as a tool. So it's not every parcel is based on a survey, because a lot of properties in our township haven't been surveyed yet. So that's where it's an evolving type platform.
Thank you. So this has really been an enhancement to our service opportunities that we have out there, and value for the money we spent.
For development services, and I would assume even roads as well, massive. And
Yeah.
and it continues to improve. So yeah, very happy to be part of that.
That's great, Tim. I think you guys have done you people have done a lot of great work there. Thank you.
Thanks.
Before we move forward, I have a special request for each and every one. We're together a long time today. Our voices are going to deteriorate. Our time needs to be effective. Would everyone please, at least for today, avoid the comment through you, Mayor Jeb? Just please continue. I know it's a position of respect for the position, but it's not necessary. Please. We don't need to waste our time or voices on that. Thank you.
Your worship.
Any?
Nezrat, the floor is yours.
Yes. I'm so used to saying it. Any question on page 77, please? If not, I will move to planning development budget. I would request, thank you. I will request Tim Geronimo's, our CBO, to introduce planning development's budget, page 78.
I was going to start with good morning, Mayor Jib and members of council. So right now in front of me, I do have 3 different department budget items, but I did want to mention that development services, they do act as a collective unit for all tasks based on the resources we have. So for now, yeah, I will be describing it per kind of department, and we'll start with planning. So planning and development, they administer the township's land use planning program, including official plans, secondary plans, zoning bylaws, site plans, subdivisions, and other related programs. Our members from the planning department also, our planner represents that secretary treasurer position for the Committee of Adjustment, and planning reviews applications to provide relief from the zoning bylaw in accordance with the Planning Act. I'm going to try to go through this pretty quickly. Our 2024 accomplishments, we had a big official plan amendment based on the alternative notice provisions. We've changed and streamlined our processes using technology. And I mentioned it earlier for cloud permit, the planning module. And we've started with minor variance applications using that. Set this up. Another big item, as I just spoke to, is the public GIS portal. We're continuously incorporating other options and features. An interesting one for the public was the street view option, similar to Google Maps. And then another item that has recently come forward to the committee of the whole meeting is our housekeeping zoning bylaw amendment, which will hopefully go forward and be approved at the next council meeting. Our 2025 priorities, source water protection, doing the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment update based on the information we have. Communication tower protocol, updating the zoning enforcement policy and procedures. And then two of the bigger items for the 2025 priorities. First one is going through a bit of a transition with the county. So currently the county is the decision-making authority. And we would like to, now that we have kind of an increased complement of staff, transition into township decision-making authority for subdivisions and condominiums. So that would have a pretty significant impact on our planning department budget. And our final item for the priority or big ticket item is a reconsolidation of our zoning bylaw and mapping schedules. As I've stated before with the GIS, we want to provide accurate information to the public. And some of these items dating back to 2001 to see what's changed and why is a key priority for planning, our planning department, so we can provide that accurate info. Departmental efficiencies. Big thing for us being rural, I think it's providing the information to the public electronically and giving them the opportunity to review some of the information on their own so that we can go through the kind of important components that need to be reviewed for approval in the office in our pre-consultation meetings. I believe that floor is yours.
If I can take everyone to page 81, please. Planning Department's budget is actually decreasing for 2025. It's a decrease of $1,500 or 0.7%. Base is decreasing by approximately $11,000. Personnel is an increase of 3.7%, and that is COLA benefit rate increase. Other expenditure is decreasing by approximately $14,000 for various reasons. And when I go through the pressure sheet, I'll go through that in detail. And other revenue is increasing by $6,000. In terms of service enhancement, it's an increase of 4.3% or $10,000, and that is the annual cost for the cloud permit. Any question on this page before I move to the pressure sheet? So if I can take everyone to page 82, please. Personnel, as I've mentioned, is increasing by 3.7%, and that is COLA, step rate increase, benefit rate increase. Training is increasing by $1,735, and that's because of additional staff training that we need because of the number of changes in Planning Act. I know the percentage increase looks scary, 654%. It's because our 2024 budget was only $265. But for 2025, we're just requesting $2,000 budget. Convention and seminar is increasing by $500 because of increase in staff attendance. Membership is increasing by $200, and that's increased because of membership requirement. Office supply is increasing by $325. That's aligned with actual need. Advertising is decreasing by $1,500. That's changes to the notice provision requirement. Consulting planning for county is decreasing by approximately $15,000, and something that Tim just mentioned, transition from county to township, start for decision-making authority. Miscellaneous expense is increasing by $400. That's to purchase reference plan for land registry offices. In terms of revenue, consent fee is increasing by $5,000 due to increase in fees. Rezoning is increasing by $7,000 due to increase in fees, and minor variance is decreasing by $6,000 due to zoning bylaw amendments. Any question on page 82? If not, can I request everyone to move to page 83? We mentioned this a few times under service enhancement, an increase of $10,000. That is the yearly operating impact of cloud permit. Any question on this page? If not, we will move to building department's budget, and I will request our CBO to introduce that.
So for building, the building department's mission is to provide the highest quality public service, ensuring compliance with building regulations, bylaws while working cooperatively with the public and building industry to create a healthy, safe, sustainable, and accessibly built environment. Some of the 2024 accomplishments. A big item for us when we're getting feedback from the public on our online application process, it's notifications of updated workspaces. That was a key change for improvements to that. There was a significant investment in informal training. As I'm sure based on previous discussions, all are aware that we have the next evolution of the building code, which comes into effect January 1st. And then one of the other key items that I wanted to mention, Deputy Chief Building Official Mike Fraser, he's the chapter chair of our Pine Ridge chapter of the Ontario Building Officials Association. And he's done a great job promoting that training for the changes in the code, as well as partial lead on the charitable venture. We were able to raise $14,000 this year for charitable regulatory information that we need to search out. There's a new product. It's called Tracks Codes. And that's definitely an item that we will be exploring to be able to have all the information associated to, different codes that relate to the building code. Another item that will be a key priority in 2025 is a department fee study, hoping to gather with some of the other municipalities as there's been some different impacts on the building department budget across the board with the changing market. And we want to make sure that our fees are appropriate for cost recovery and not have to pay so much for a fee study. So we'll try to work with some of the other neighboring municipalities that also need that. From an efficiency perspective, technological advancements, as mentioned earlier, with Tracks Codes could be an improvement along with what we use now with Cloud Permit and GIS. And we continue with our goal towards an efficient paperless process.
If I can request everyone to move to page 87. For building department's budget, their personnel is increasing by 4%. And that's COLA, step rate increase, and benefit rate increase. Their other expenditure is increasing by approximately $11,000 for various reasons. And we'll go through that when we go through the pressure sheet. And their other revenue is increasing by approximately $19,000 due to increase in building permit revenue. Any question on this before I get into the pressure sheet?
A question in relationship to Tim's 2025 priorities. Building department fee structure. Is that something that could be done internally with other departments in other municipalities rather than consultants?
That's definitely something we'd explore, seeing the associated costs for a consultant review. We have had a study, and we've had one in the past. identifying all the associated direct and indirect costs. It's something we'll explore. That's why I don't have it in our budget just yet, just because I'm not sure if I can answer that right now.
Okay, I would be optimistic that the cost could be avoided for a consultant. John, you have a question?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Pine Ridge chapter of the Ontario Builders Association, official association, is that something you can discuss there for overall costs of how you should cost share and whatever else? Come into that without going to consultants?
Yes, so the CBOs of the Pine Ridge chapter would do a meet and discuss how we're going to go about identifying the associated costs for each municipality. The challenge when you group together is every department, their fee study is going to be different because it's based on the costs associated to that municipality. So if we have 2 staff, somebody else has 4, it's all accounted for, and then indirect costs and associated values for everybody in the municipality for those indirect costs, like members of council or CAOs or clerks, all of fire department, anybody that has an impact on anything that we do gets included in this study for the associated costs. So attempting to group together, yes, we will have that meeting as a CBO group from Pine Ridge chapter. How we can explore individuals doing that for their own municipalities, that it may not be of interest to some municipalities that have the budget to pay for a study. So, but yes, I will be chatting with other CBOs.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mark?
Just a quick question, Tim. Tracks codes. What is that?
So it's a newer, it's been around maybe a year and a half. It's a new platform that includes all codes. So we're challenged often with references in the building code that refer to something that isn't in the building code. Whether it's a CSA standard or something from the fire code, it's not necessarily in our hands at time of review, and not always something that we can just dive into unless we paid a certain amount of dollars for that. Let's say it's a CSA listing. So Trax Codes is a new platform that essentially houses everything. It's electronic, quick search type program. And again, this is a priority to look into it. So I don't know all the details, but it's essentially a giant database that you can do quick searches for any product at any time. And I think based on what I've heard at the last conference, it's like $16 a month per user. Whereas if you download a CSA standard or the building code collection, right now we're getting codes, but that collection is a $10,000 package. So depending on what you're reviewing, it could have an impact. But that's something that I want to explore. So the bigger municipalities have already started using this. It even includes the online building code with searchable features. Whereas right now we have the new building code that's a giant book and an online version that you can't alter, you can't select, you can't do anything because we don't own it. So it's just a platform that provides alternative kind of uses and links.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Any question on page 87 before I move? Page 88, please. As I've said, building departments, their personnel is increasing by $8,600 or 4%. Telephone is increasing by $500. That's aligned with actual. Legal is increasing by $5,000. Building is a cost recovery department, so we want to keep a budget for legal for our building here. Minor capital, that's $5,000 for all the tablets and computer upgrades for building department. Computer support, it's increasing by $800. That's yearly impact of annual cost for cloud permit. Building permit is increasing by $20,000. That's aligned with average actual. And occupancy permit is decreasing by $300. That's aligned with projected forecast. Any question on page 88? If not, I'll move to bylaw enforcement and I will ask our CBO to introduce this one too.
So, bylaw enforcement department's mission is to provide the highest quality public service while promoting, facilitating, and ensuring compliance with the provisions of municipal bylaws that pertain to safety and security of the community. 2024 accomplishments, 80% of complaint files were closed. I think we're a little bit beyond that, but that's based on complaints that were received. We started the proactive pool enclosure program. And then Cobourg Police Services, again, we didn't receive any negative feedback associated to the hours and coverage over the summer. 2025 priorities, been discussions relating to more proactive bylaw enforcement. And then also streamlining the complaint and investigation process, including online complaint submissions, hopefully with the new website. From a departmental efficiency perspective, we're continuing to explore different opportunities for shared services with either other agencies or other departments.
If I can request everyone to move to page 91, please. For bylaw department, their budget is increasing by $3,900 or 5.1%. Their personnel is increasing by $1,900 or 4.1%, and that's COLA, step rate increase, benefit rate increase. Their other revenue is decreasing by $2,000 because of decrease in permit and parking revenue. Any question on page 91? If not, I'll move to the pressure sheet, which will give you detailed information. Page 92, please. The personnel for bylaw is increasing by 4.1%. In terms of their permit revenue, that is decreasing by $1,000. That is aligned with actual. Parking revenue is decreasing by $1,000. That's also aligned with actual. Under new item, you see that we have written bylaw enforcement officer contract, but we're not really requesting for anything and any enhancement. We just want to bring this up to council's attention. Currently, we have a budget for bylaw enforcement officer contract. However, we would like to evaluate that, whether we need a full-time position for 2026. But if council would like us to move forward with a full-time position now, the business enhancement sheet is also attached to the budget package. Any question?
When would you like a comment on the full-time position or not?
Now.
I thought so. Council members. Larry,
Just a question, the public police, where's that in the budget, just on expenditures? I think we talked to it. Yeah, let me check. Okay.
So I'll look into that number because we didn't change that budget for that. That's why it's not reflected here. In the pressure sheet, we only talk about increases or decreases in budget.
So their contract is in the census.
That's right. It's already in there.
Thank you very much.
Any more question?
My thoughts are this. You just presented to us that 80% of the files opened in 2024 have been successfully closed, and 2024 isn't completed yet as far as the year is concerned. It could be higher than that. There's some thoughts that building activity could be down. Same two people do the same two jobs. If in theory the workload goes down any because of number of building permit applications, then there could be some opportunity to continue on with the workload in bylaw. That's a comment that I've heard in the past from years ago that I didn't appreciate. I was just wondering what, Tim, you might think on workload in relationship to building versus bylaw, which might help us make a decision on bylaw.
Sure, and I'll provide a little bit more clarity on what this role would be as well if there was a full-time position. So, as I started, even with development services as a whole, we're a collective unit. It's not just building and bylaw. It's building, bylaw, planning, GIS. If there's any time and opportunity to dive into something else, there's an abundance of work that we can always be working on. And there's constantly things that we can improve. Right now, focus on items that we would normally going to consultants with, that we want to do in-house. We have a couple big ticket items that would kind of be a core thing for us to review, from the building department staff. Another component of it is if we don't have permits in as many permits in 2024, that doesn't change the fact that we still have inspections that are being called from the last countless years. Inspections when we used to have a different CBO even are still called. So it doesn't necessarily reflect what's going on that year, but if there is any opportunity to work on something else, we obviously do that. The point of this ask or kind of hot topic, it doesn't really relate to the current complaint process that we have. Right now, we're reactive. This position would be more geared to proactive enforcement based on things that are in the municipality, contraventions that you can see don't comply, that we don't necessarily work on because we don't have a complaint. So this, in my mind, the idea of an additional person would kind of hit that topic and identify areas where we can actually look at it from a bylaw perspective, from a legal perspective. When you pick on something as simple as a pool, we start proactive enforcement. There's a massive amount of time that could just be associated to all the non-compliant pools that would need variances or would need to be drained or moved or go to legal because somebody doesn't want us to drain their pool. That's just picking on pool, and that's not even a high risk kind of component. Other things are whether we want to explore short-term rentals or dealing with properties that have illegal units. We don't currently have resources allocated to that. So this idea of the additional bylaw enforcement officer is for that, not to take over the role that's currently being completed based on a reactive process, but something very different. So needs to be reviewed, needs to be explored. Right now, and we had the support of council for a part-time position. We attempted to do that. We didn't get a candidate that could hit those categories and fulfill that role. And there's a number of different reasons for that. The idea behind a full-time person would have been associated to a bigger pool of qualified candidates that can both do the administrative role as well as knocking on people's doors and telling them to remove the things that they have. So I hope that provides a little bit of clarity on it. But that was the intent of the ask and why we originally had support for the part-time position.
Turning my thoughts to Nazareth, please. In 2024, we had a line item. We didn't use that line item. In 2025 proposal, we're not adding to that. So do we still have that half position option in 2025? based on the fact that we haven't used the 2024 money.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry. So for 2025, yes, we do have $30,000 for this position.
And to move it to a full-time position, we would be adding another 50,000 to that line item.
A full-time position would be approximately $100,000. Because if you are to do it in 2025, we will say that the position will start from July, then the impact in 2025 will be additional $20,000. And in 2026, it will be a $50,000 impact.
And if council were to consider that now for 2025, what might that do to our dollar or to our percentage of increase, and project that out to 2026 percentage of increase?
So in terms of 2025, right now, we are proposing a 6.3% increase. If we are to add additional $20,000, it will be an increase of 6.5%, so 0.2%.
And projecting out the extra 50,000 in 2026 might be what of a percentage?
It's equivalent to 0.51% increase alone.
Thank you. Any, John, question, Larry next?
Just to follow up on the comments there, the bylaw enforcement, I'll take it the other side of what I used to deal with. Is there any contingency funds built in there for lawyers' fees, for court costs, et cetera? Because that's going to be huge if it comes down to that end of the spectrum.
That's why I was raising my hand. This is strictly for the person. Associated costs for legal doesn't form part of this. So yes, depending on the proactive approach, and that's why we'd need to really evaluate what that would look like. That has an impact on legal.
So just sure. Just to follow up, yeah.
John, you want to go ahead?
Please. Okay, thank you. My point is here that you already said that when the Cobourg Police do the bylaw enforcement, it's more of a not a hands-on, like here's your ticket. It's more of a, here you parked illegally, therefore, kind of move on. So it's more of a friendly atmosphere. But if they did go that route, our cost would increase because the fact that if the ticket was fought in court, then our court costs would go up, et cetera, and the lawyer fees, et cetera. So this is what I'm getting at. So this position is basically go out there and say, you're in violation of our bylaw, please adhere to it. And that's all there is at the end of it. Is what you're referring to?
I think the intent of this, that's something that we'd need to evaluate, because if they're in contravention, there can be drastic differences of what that contravention is. And on the one side, it's could be life safety-ish risk or risk to other departments who might need to go onto those properties. So I don't look at this as being something where we're doing strictly educational, because that's not our role. So if we're going to be proactive, we would be proactive bringing the property into compliance. And if we're sending notice, sending orders, you need to comply with them. I don't see any value starting an enforcement process knowing we're not going to finish it.
We'll throw this to our CAO, but my thoughts right now is that maybe our unknown costs associated with this are as much or more than the projected known costs. CAO.
Along a similar vein, you're quite right. The unknown costs, which we have also not included, for example, possible vehicle costs and other sort of support provisions. But the reverse side of that, and I don't have the exact answer, but I was thinking there is revenue generated through bylaw. So for example, a pool permit that is missed, you can charge, or you could pursue a double charge, for example. So there are revenue opportunities through some of the bylaw enforcement provisions, which I think could help offset in part some of the costs. And there may be other charges and fees that we could add into that, that we would explore as well. But not stepping away from the fact that this is going to cost you, as our treasurer pointed out, at least 0.2% this year, 0.5% next year, if you want a full-time. And the full-time was talking about is you're getting pressure as counselors about concerns and bylaw not being done. And this was our way to at least address it through part-time. We didn't get someone, so we were looking at, could we do it on a full-time and get a better qualified candidate?
Thank you, Arthur. Just in respect to myself as a council member getting a complaint regarding bylaws, like max 1 or 2 a year, and it's usually for a reason other than dissatisfaction in enforcement. And I turn to my fellow council members. Do you get a lot of calls on the absence of bylaw enforcement? Mark?
I'll just speak for myself. I think I've had 3 this year, so very minor, maybe grass cuttings not being done, that kind of thing. Some vehicle renewal, but other than that, pretty minor stuff.
Okay. Larry?
Yeah, I haven't had too many. It's usually complaining that we're not doing something about it. But the question I have is, when do we get the most complaints? During the summer or the spring, summer period, or the winter? Do we have a lot of complaints in the winter?
Complaints can be very different. Some in the winter could be somebody using their snow plow and that snow is going over the line, the property line, and we'd get a complaint for that. So but normally it's when the snow melts, you see some more rubbish or debris on people's properties, and that's kind of a bigger kind of complaint time frame. But because our bylaws cover such a wide range of topics, I don't really think there's any one time that would where I'd receive more complaints than another.
The other thing I had was currently you're doing some bylaw infraction in inspections and stuff like that. But so those costs that we were just talking about, the legal costs, you're assuming right now anyway, aren't you? In following up on orders.
Based on complaints, if it goes to legal,
Yeah.
then yes, that
So
would
currently
be
you're
part of it.
spending,
As a reactive versus a proactive, yes, we have legal files and there are associated costs for that at times, but our goal is to not get to that point. So staff, we've identified timelines, and you'd see similar in other municipalities that surround us, but timelines for notice and timeline for order give property owners the opportunity to comply on their own accord rather than us going directly to removal and then potentially legal. So
the only thing I find is that the complaint is that people who want to complain don't want to complain because they're concerned about retribution. But at the same time, it's usually because they just don't like the look that somebody's place looks like. Yeah. So that's an issue, but you are currently, responding to complaints and, it's property standards and stuff like that. You are fixing those things. So I don't know. I think the decision is whether council wants to, provide a service without it's proactive or continue with a reactive complaint system. I don't know. It's just all about money, right? It's all about money.
At present, we do not have any proposed increase in the 2025 budget. For me, the unknown costs could be a determining factor. And because they're unknown today, for me, with the information I have in front of me, then I say status quo. And I don't know whether we need a motion to that, but when we're at status quo, I guess I'll just turn to my fellow council members and say, do you absolutely totally agree with the status quo comment?
I'd stay. I 100% agree because I get way more complaints about our tax rate than I do with fire law enforcement, so people would be a lot more happier if they keep their tax rate down than fire law enforcement.
Thank you. Any contrary comments? I think we're staying with the status quo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that is correct. We're all in agreement, I think, there. Nezrat, I guess the floor is back to you. Any more question on page 92? If not, Mr. Mayor, do we move to fire budget or do we take a break?
Well, we got to take a break because we're back to that Mr. Mayor thing. Is there, is there any thought, I mean, it's exactly 12 o'clock, give or take a minute. Is there any thought that lunch might be here at this point in time? Because I do see fire taking some time. Yeah, we're getting a yes that lunch is here. So would it be okay if we broke for lunch and started fire when we got back afterwards?
Perfect from my end.
Your worship, it's your meeting. Can we have a motion to recess?
Could we have a motion to recess, please? Martin, Larry, moved and seconded. Recess for lunch.
Oh, we have to
Vote.
accept this. Don't we have to accept
No.
this?
No, we have to accept the motion that we're recessing for lunch, though.
But, okay.
Okay,
Okay.
everybody's in agreement. We're back live. I'll say good afternoon. It's 12:38. We're back in session. We're moving on to fire services. Nisrat, the floor is yours, please.
I will be requesting Mike Robinson, our fire chief, to introduce fire department.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the 55 men and women that represent your fire service, it's good to be with you today. As you're all aware, the fire department focuses on three main areas, one being fire prevention and education, one being fire suppression and emergency response, and the emergency management profile as your CMC also falls underneath my division. We had a busy year in 2024. Last year at the 2024 budget, council committed $100,000 towards our ice water rescue equipment. We developed and purchased all of that equipment through this year, and most recently have began to put that into service and training, amongst the other hundreds hours of training that we had this year as well. We had 13 new recruits this year, completed their Fire 1 and Fire 2 certification, bringing our complement to full right now as far as part-time firefighters. We had several participants in our Officer 1 and Instructor 1, helping our development of our officers. We're on track to respond to over 300 emergencies this year, and we're back to an all-time high for annual structure fires that we've committed to this year. We continue to meet the national standard for our shoot time in that we're out in 9 minutes or less 90% of the time. We have confirmed and formalized some of our automatic aid agreements, which council has been part of this year, and we have a number under pilot that we're also working on. We maintained our 500 plus smoke alarm checks through the fire prevention program under a bunch of different platforms. We provided the required pieces to our vulnerable occupancy that we have known as Ed's House. Our burn permit program has continued to educate and reduce our complaints and our number of nuisance calls in regards to open air burning, as well as we provided our open air burning bylaw to council for approval this year. Our fire prevention group was busy. We had over 35 public education events, some of which we heard of through Mayor Jib this morning. We took a large focus on inspections this year, focusing on commercial and industrial occupancies. And as a sidebar, coming behind our chief building official, I would make note to council that some of the work that we do in that inspection also drives work back to their division, albeit we've been able to handle that appropriately. Some of, as Tim alluded to, he referenced the fire code in his work. We reference the building code in our work. So there are times that we work back and forth and rely on each other specific to those life safety pieces that Tim spoke of. We continued to do the fire extinguisher, first aid kit, and AED inspection and maintenance program for the township throughout. We did with a couple of things that are inside the 2025 budget. We are on track to finish the last 7 of the 29 recommendations that are in the master fire plan from 2022. We participated in live fire training with the OFM live fire training trailer provided to us free of cost from the province. We are on track to receive our annual emergency management program compliance. The Northumberland County Fire Prevention Officers continue to work diligently, and you'll hear their radio ads and educational pieces together. We started work reviewing the establishing and regulating bylaw through council. We replaced the heating system inside the Station 2 Baltimore Bay Area with a high efficiency furnace and removed the old tube heaters that were there. And we introduced a new water encapsulating additive. Some would call it a foam, but it is not, in that it doesn't have any phosphates in it. So it's much more environmentally friendly. And we completed training to put that into play as well. We are in line to hear the results of the provincial fire protection grant specific to cancer prevention for firefighters. We should hear that announcement anytime. We tested our tanker shuttle accreditation, ensuring that we can maintain that. Our actual certification come in 2024, but it was tested again to make sure that we can remain to have that industrial certification. We continue to work through the building stock to develop and ensure that fire safety is a priority in the township. We worked with the water division. I'm sure they will speak more of the work that was completed there in hydrant testing and flow ratings on our hydrants, which was another recommendation that was done through both studies from them and the fire service. And we continue to partner with the 6 other services on the final stages of our radio communication transition to digital, which we're hoping will be finalized in Q1 of 2025. For 2025, we'll continue our officer development and succession planning. We have met all the requirements for Fire 1 and Fire 2 and on track for that. The next is the specialized rescue piece that comes into 2028. We continue recruitment and retention efforts for our firefighters, and in 2024, we deemed all firefighters to be part-time employees of the township and enrolled those that wish to be into OMERS. Large part of our fire prevention and education piece ensures that, as we said, fire safety is a priority through both education and knowledge that we provide there. We are looking at a new software that all departments within the county will join in together, including our dispatch center, which will streamline our dispatching, response, pre-planning, inspections, and data collection. And we'll continue to forge those relationships that we have with neighboring departments in all aspects. Big project for 2025 is to work internally as well as with the HR department and work on our standard operating guidelines and procedure manual, and continue to see what best practices are out there with our personal protective equipment, particularly preventing exposures and cancer prevention. And we also proposed a fire station study for Station 2 to ensure efficiencies and effectiveness, and that is in line with study that's being done with asset management and a potential change in that station or stations for 2030.
If I can take everyone to page 102, please. Fire department is requesting for a budget increase of 7.6%. Their base is increasing by 1.9%. Their personnel is increasing by approximately 8%, and that's because of cost of living, staffing rate increase, benefit rate increase, as well as provision for enrollment for non-full-time firefighters to OMERS. Their other expenditure is increasing by $3,000, and their other revenue is increasing by approximately $45,000 because of increase in fire call recoverables. In terms of service enhancement, there is an increase of $15,200, and I've mentioned that a few times. It's for the all-encompassing software. In terms of external pressure, it's an increase of 0.8%, and that's insurance. In terms of the capital contribution, there is an increase of approximately $46,000 for increase to reserve transfer for vehicle and equipment reserve, as well as fire facility reserve. Any question on page 102 before I move to the pressure sheet?
Go ahead, Mark.
Just a quick question, Mike. Dealing with a fireman, a volunteer fireman, as far as wages go, are we comparable with most other volunteer fire departments in the county?
Yes, I would say I don't have it in front of me. The last study we did 2 years ago, we were definitely top third, if not the top.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Nazat, please.
If I can ask everyone to move to page 103, please. As I've said, personnel is increasing by 8.3%. Fire department's fire prevention supply is decreasing by $500. That's cost associated with burn permit, which will now be captured by the new First Due software. Uniform is increasing by $1,000. That's aligned with actual and contingency. Telephone is actually decreasing by $2,000 because they have eliminated a few lines. Vehicle repair and expenses is increasing by $4,500. That's aligned with actual. Their burn permit is increasing by $2,500. That's aligned with actual. Their fire call recoverable is increasing by approximately $42,000. That's MTO's recoverable with Coburg Fire and annual 401 recoverable. Any question on this page?
Question on the landlines, is that a total elimination of all landlines at all halls?
Total elimination out of Station 1 in Bewdley and Station 3 in Harwood. Continue to use them for administration in Baltimore. However, we did eliminate a fax line that we were paying for a dedicated fax service at Station 2. So we did eliminate a line there, which was costing, I think it was better than $100 a month that was never being used.
Thank you.
And further to that, replaced with cell phones. So it's not that they're without, it's just with our robust program that we have through the municipality. So there's a cell phone placed at Station 1 and Station 3, and then the landlines at Station 2.
Not that it's a budget related item, but that possibly needs to be reflected in our carry cards that we have for emergency numbers.
Noted.
Any question on page 103? If not, I'll move to page 104. Computer support, as I've mentioned a few times, is increasing by approximately $15,000 for the all-encompassing software. Insurance is increasing by $10,000. That is aligned with actual and rate increase. And transfer to fire vehicle and equipment reserve is increasing by $40,000. And transfer to fire facility reserve is increasing by $6,000. And that takes the budget increase to 7.6% for fire. Any question on this page?
John,
Just one question for the fire chief. This new radio dispatch system, is that all throughout Northumberland County for the fire services?
More specific, is it like, is everyone transitioning or where it's at? What's
Where's it at? Where's it, is it going to transition over to the new system?
so hopefully by Q1 of next year. So they're currently working with the roads departments throughout the county right now, working on programming and stress testing. We received emails as recent as this week looking at how we wanted our actual radios programmed and what channels we wanted to, which pieces. So I'm hopeful that in the new year, we'll be programmed and then go through the training and move in Q1 of next year.
Thank you.
Mike, if I might ask, any thoughts on any other new equipment we would need in fire to make that a complete transition to digital?
So there is a $20,000 ask in this year's budget, which I believe if you look at the forecast is also forecasted for the next 3. I think we're running around 40-ish radios right now. Of those 40, 30 plus are programmable to the new system. However, where we're kind of in a crossing, I guess, is what we're going to do with pagers. So we're moving to a digital system in which the pagers that we currently use run on an analog. Not that they can't switch the digital message back to analog and use those. But to give you insight, a pager costs about $900 per pager and a portable radio is about $2,000. And hiring the new men and women that we do that rely on technology, there's also some pretty neat stuff coming through where they can rely on their cell phones to do the same thing. So what we really need to make sure we're doing is allocating the money appropriately when we get it to the assets that we have. So we have probably about 50 pagers. I would say less than 50%. So probably about 45% of our pagers actually will transition in this next, because the ones that we have are aged. They just don't support. We can program them. They just won't be supported moving forward. So I guess the hard question is to say to put $60,000 into pagers so that everyone had a pager, probably not the best benefit. So we need to be honest with the firefighters. And if you're someone that relies on a pager and wants a pager, then we would issue it. Otherwise, the software that we're currently using, being Who's Responding, and the new one that's coming, being First Due, will have the paging capabilities, and that's what we'll rely on for paging.
Thank you, Nezrat. The 20,000 that Mike has just referenced, where does that show up in our ask?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's going to be in the capital. We're going to go through that when we present the capital budget.
Okay, thank you.
Any more question on fire? If not, I'll move into the policing budget, which is 105, page 105. Policing budget, it is actually, this is for the OPP service. It's increasing by 4.2% or $58,926. I want to give a little bit background on this budget. So the first OPP billing for 2025 that we received, it was for approximately $1.7 million. Then we got we received financial relief from the province, and the bill was reduced by $257,000. And that's the number you see, around $1.4 million. The statement or the letter that we received from the province stated that province will be reviewing the OPP billing model to ensure that it meets the needs of the communities. So potentially there might be some help or some kind of discount in 2025 or 2026, or how billing will be done. There will be, it's just, we don't have sufficient information right now to tell you what will be the impact for 2026. My fear, and this is just a fear, that it is possible that we may not get such a financial relief in 2026, and therefore we will be hit significantly for 2026 billing for OPP. Would council consider setting some money aside, however small or big it is, so that we can mitigate the potential cost increase in 2026? If there is no significant increase, we can use that money that we're setting aside for other operating expenditure relief for 2026. But this is something that I just wanted to bring out to council's attention, simply because there's just so many uncertainties we are facing with this.
Nazrat, you've hit us over the head with a question. We need a suggestion, and we need to know where and when we do that, please.
I would say, to be prudent, it would be good for us to set aside some money, transfer an amount to general reserve for 2025, and say that if 2026 bill is going to be significant, we can utilize that amount that we are transferring to general reserve this year to mitigate that increase.
Surprised if you didn't have a dollar value in your head that you were thinking. What was that number?
And the relief that we have received in 2025 is around $257,000, which is significant. I can't request council to transfer that amount.
John, do you want to lead her a bit so we get a number on our papers here for us?
My involvement's with the Ontario Association of Police Service Boards as a director, and we have sent letters off through different agencies to the Solicitor General, basically asking for the relief. They got relief. Now other municipalities are now jumping on board that are policed by municipal services. They want to be refunded as well. So now that this is all mushroomed out, and now the province has now said that this is a one-time and one-time only bailout for the OPP policing costs. So as Nazrat has said, we are going to be probably hit with a huge expenditure again in 2026. So as she said, to mitigate some of those costs, I feel we should maybe even put away 25,000 in reserves just to kind of cut down the costs, see what the actual costs are going to be in 2026, just to make sure. Or you, that's just a starting point. That's all.
I actually had 100,000 in my head, and I don't know what impacts any of these numbers are going to have on our budget of 2025. However, I need to deviate from that for a moment. Our Councillor Butter has just arrived in our council room. And one of the items that I do need to ask Bruce, do you have any declarations of pecuniary interest today by chance? Okay, that will be recorded. We hope so, yes. Thank you, Bruce. And We're on page 105 of our budget package, if you haven't keyed into that already. Nazrat, I still need that number and what impact it's gonna have.
So if we are to set aside $100,000 in general reserve, that will take the budget from 6.3 to 7.3%. With the assessment growth of 0.9%, that's a net levy increase of 6.4%.
If we were to magically grab a number of 50,000 out of the air, that'll take us from 6.3 to 6.8.
That's correct.
Questions for Nazrat? Suggestions on this proposal? Mark, please.
Say we should get somewhere close to 1%, so if that's, what is 1%, 90,000, 95,000? Around 90,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's going to be around 99,000.
because if we put 90 this year, we're looking at 130-ish, 140-ish next year, which is 1.3, 1.2 automatically, if it,
It's again, lots of uncertainties, but next year's hit will be 2026 hit is going to be significantly
if
higher.
adjusted, then yeah.
It's going to be significant. Remember the first version when we got that costing the bill, it was an increase of 3.2% alone on property tax rate. So now 2026, it's going to be that increase on top of 2026 increase. That's right.
1% would not be unrealistic.
It will be a prudent step to take.
Further thoughts? Further comments?
I think both, the number, I was thinking 50, but John was saying 25. Farmers say 100, okay, so.
I feel like I'm at work station right now.
So I think it might be so.
Okay,
May I suggest transfer to general reserve for $100,000, which will take the budget from 6.3% to 7.3%. After the assessment growth of 0.9%, net levy increase will be 6.4%.
okay, we probably will need a motion on that, I'm assuming. If that's where we're at, $100,000. Moved by Mark, seconded by Larry. Any further discussion? I mean, this is a major impact item here. Any further discussion? Comments? Questions? Please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It is going to be transferred to the general reserve, and 2026, when we get the bill, we will mitigate the increase with this $100,000. That's right. I will bring up something to council during 2026 budget deliberation and ask council how to use that money.
There's a motion on the floor. Any further comments or questions, anyone? John, please.
Just a comment that the public have to understand, this is out of our head. This is something that the province brought down to us through the policing costs. And also through COVID, the court costs that were vacant at that time during COVID, when the court shut down. And now the court systems are back up and the court services is now in full capacity, so therefore they are costing us a gain. Wage increases, pension increases, you have insurance increases, gas increases, vehicle increased costs. So it's all involved in the same atmosphere that we're in as a municipality. So.
And we, in our process here, are managing for the future impacts to reduce those major impacts of what is forecasted for the future years. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you. Back to you, Nezra.
If I can take everyone to page 108, please. The Police Service Board budget. There is an increase of approximately $6,600, and this is Police Service Board's expense related to hiring an executive assistant, a part-time executive assistant, but purchasing a computer, outsourcing financial services, insurance premium, as well as payment expense for conference and meetings. Any question on this page? If not, I'll move to GRCA budget. GRCA budget, so it's page 110 and 111. GRCA budget has already been approved by council on November 19th of this year. After the budget was approved, we received notification from GRCA that there will be a saving of $7,000. So what we did, we reduced the budget by $7,000 from what was approved by council on November 19th. And we are requesting that $7,000 be transferred to the Environment Initiative Reserve. As you know, a major project we're working on, the floodplain mapping that we are going to be requesting for in 2025. We need a lot of money for that one. And even after transferring $7,000 additional to Environment Initiative Reserve, at the end of third year, there will be a deficit there for just $7,000. And then the year after, we will be able to recover it. Any question on page 111? I will take everyone to page 113, which is the Animal Services Reserve budget. There is an increase of $1,900 as per the contract. This is animal services that we have outsourced to Northumberland Humane Society. Any question on this page? If not, I will move to Public Works budget. I'll request Lucas Kelly, the Manager of Roads Operation, to introduce this budget.
Thanks, Nazrat. So the Public Works Department is a very large department. We do maintain approximately 299 kilometers of road, which entails year-round maintenance on a bunch of different roads. And I'll try not to read point for point. I'll try to expedite this as best I can. Like I said, our focus is to provide services to the taxpayer and the community within our area. Operations, I think most of us know we maintain the local right-of-ways, trees, ditching, brushing throughout the township. We provide winter control throughout the winter time, and we've already had 6 events this season so far. So it started out pretty busy. We also provide surface treatment, shoulder repair, dust control on some of our gravel roads. We do have a long-range planning of the township road network, storm sewers, all part of our asset management plan. Our 2024 accomplishments, you can see a whole bunch are listed there. We continue to work on our 10-year capital plan. We were successful in hiring a part-time administration person. We did receive a dump truck that was ordered in spring of 2022, and it was finally delivered and put into service this fall. So took about 30 months to get it here. So that was something positive for the department. We completed our whole capital construction plan that was in our 2024 budget. We received the stormwater draft master plan. We are working on updating our roads needs study, and I was hoping to have that available for this budget, but it's not quite there yet, but we will soon receive an update to that. We are working on engineering or pre-engineering survey of Sidey Drive and Bewdley, continuing to implement in more efficient ways of tracking and reporting public works activities. And we did do some pavement markings and pavement preservation, including crack sealing. 2025 priorities are still to continue with implementing and reviewing our long-term vehicle and equipment replacement continue to work on our 10-year plan as well as a long-term plan for bridge and structure replacement. Maintaining our existing road network and if possible, improving it either from gravel to surface treatment or surface treatment to hot mix paving. Continue to update our asset management plan, continue to review our existing storm network, and you'll see later on there is through asset management plan, our stormwater ponds, some of our storm sewer assets are in need of condition analysis and review, and continue to implement our work order and fully functional road patrol electronic document. So right now, it's not in here, but we do have electronic documentation for winter patrolling where our staff is using an iPad or a iPhone and doing road patrols electronically. So all that is documented on a hardware on a device.
If I can take everyone to page 118, please.
I think we may have a question for Lucas before we move on. Nazareth, John, did you have a question for Lucas?
Just to kind of help me out here, Lucas, your priorities for 2025. I think out of the, 6 or 7 you have here, you seem to be repetitive in a lot of these terms because in 2023 and 2024, a lot of them came up the same way. Is there a start gate and a finish end result here for a lot of these initiatives, or how are we looking at them?
So a lot of these activities are a long-term plan. Our road network will just continue to be reevaluated, reassessed, and continue to maintain it. We do assess and develop, or not develop, assess and inspect 90 some bridges and culverts. So like I said, there is a lot of this is repeat. This is kind of our department is it's just an ongoing repeat annual. So there's nothing that will really ever get completed unless every bridge is brand new and every road is paved. So
how about the implementation of the long-term vehicle equipment replacement schedule?
we have that in the budget, the 10-year plan. We review it annually through the process. We do condition assessments, inspections, part of the asset management plan and the forecast. That is all reviewed annually to see if we can delay or change or make recommendations to have multi-use devices. So like I said, with the department being so large with vehicles and equipment, it is something that we will be reviewing just on an annual basis.
So my point here is I'll focus on the vehicle replacement, equipment replacement, and it's nice to have a long-term plan. But if you have a maintenance schedule in place that will either shorten that or lengthen it, is that a possibility?
Yeah, I mean, our maintenance plan right now is based on manufacturer's recommendations, right? Oil changes and stuff like that, but we don't necessarily have a specific plan in place that will prove to ensure that a vehicle is scheduled for 15 years. It will for sure get to 17, right? So we don't have a specific maintenance plan, like I mentioned, but it is something that we use the mechanic and our knowledge from the manufacturers, if that makes.
It does make sense. And what I'm getting at is in the future here, you're going to be bringing a truck forward for replacement, and I have questions over that. So that's why I focus on that equipment replacement.
Fair enough.
Okay, thank you.
Mark,
A quick question, Lucas, and I'm not sure what's in our roads need study yet. I haven't looked at them recently. As far as bridges and culverts, do we have an inventory of when they need to be replaced?
So I think there is a forecast in the budget on page, Nazareth's helping me out. It's on page 231. There is I believe it's a 10-year forecast that has been created, and that's why we have set aside money in a reserve, because we will see in the near future, there will be some construction costs associated to bridge and culverts. And one will be Sackville Bridge on Cavan Road, and there's another one on Division Street North. So
Will we get a forecast, like a 25-year forecast, something like we have with?
we can ask for that, yeah. I mean, we asked for the 10-year, obviously, but we can definitely forecast something for long term.
It's just a concern, because I mean, as long as I've been here, we've never had one. And all these things are getting older. So I mean, there has to be a time of replacement, and we should have money aside for that. So
Yeah, I'll take that into consideration. I'll get something creative.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Ezra, back to you, please.
So if I can take everyone to page 118, please. Roads Department, they're requesting a budget increase of 6.7%. Their base is increasing by 1.7%. Personnel is increasing by 2% because we had to do some benefit adjustment with water to make sure that proper benefits are allocated in the right department. Other expenditure is increasing by $19,000 for various reasons, and I'll go through the pressure sheet in detail on that. And contribution from reserve is actually decreasing by $20,000, again, for various reasons, and I'll go through that in detail when I go through the pressure sheet. In terms of annualization, it's an increase of 1%. This is the annualized impact for the two positions that were approved by council for Roads Department in 2024. In terms of service enhancement, it's an increase of 0.4%. That's additional crack sealing, line painting, catch basin cleaning that I've mentioned earlier. In terms of external pressure, that's an increase of $18,000. That's related to insurance. And in terms of capital contribution, that's an increase of $130,000 because we are requesting additional funds to be transferred to roads facility reserve, structure reserve, which is the bridge reserve, and stormwater reserve. And I'll go through the amount in detail when I go through the pressure sheet. Any question on this page before I move into the pressure sheet? If I can take everyone to page 119, please. In terms of personnel, as I've mentioned, it's an increase of 2% because we have to do a benefit adjustment to make sure benefits are allocated properly between roads and water. Training budget is increasing by $2,000 because of additional training requirement. Convention and seminar budget is increasing by $500 due to increase in cost of seminar and convention. Membership is increasing by $100. That's aligned with actual. Shop supply is increasing by $2,000, increase in cost of parts. Uniform is increasing by $1,000, increase in staff cost of staff uniform. Cleaning service is increasing by $1,000, increase in cost of cleaning supplies. Equipment maintenance is increasing by $4,000 to complete maintenance of our fuel system. Wood grinding, this is a project that we wanted to complete in 2024. We are removing the budget from 2025, and it was the net impact was zero because it was to be funded from reserve. But now that we're removing it, we will also see a decrease in transfer from reserve, and both will be highlighted in yellow so that everyone can see it. We are going to be, or we have already auctioned it in Gov Deals. Are still waiting for some information on that. In terms of licensed vehicle, there is an increase of $1,000 aligned with actual and CPI. Vehicle expense is actually, repair expense is increasing by $9,000 because vehicle equipment are aging and we need more maintenance. Tire is increasing by $1,500 aligned with average actual. Hydro is increasing by $500 aligned with actual and hydro cost increase. Engineering consultant is increasing by $1,500 additional cost for review and inspection of structures. Any question on this page?
So Lucas, could you tell us the good news, if any, about the grinding component?
So Gov Deals, we did post that lumber or surplus wood on Gov Deals. We did make a revenue of $310. We received the money for it, but the guy realized how much work it was, so he walked away from it. So now we have it back on the auction again. So we maybe will make another $310.
Can it be offered every week at $310?
So and I have it on the auction now. There is people bidding on it. So we'll see how this time goes.
On the serious side, there are people bidding on it, like more than one?
2.
Okay.
So we're talking about a stockpile of wood, like we're talking a huge pile, or just it's also.
Yeah, so there is, we do usually when we cut down our trees or remove trees, it is hauled to our pit on Nagle Road. So if you look down the road to our gravel pit, you'll see a large pile of surplus wood, and that's what we are auctioning off.
Okay, so they're stacked nice and neatly, and, well, not neatly, but stacked up
It's stacked.
reasonably.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I strongly suggest you consider putting in a bid price. Counselor Davis. Maybe a little optimism there.
If I can. If I can take everyone to page 120, please. Sand screening budget is increasing by $10,000. That's the cost of buying sand and not using sand from gravel pit. Streetlight maintenance is increasing by $10,000, but you can see at the bottom something, we are transferring money from the streetlight reserve. So the net impact because of this increase is zero. Streetlight reserve as of December 2024 has a balance of $277,000. So we have sufficient fund there. Hardtop maintenance material is increasing by $3,000. That's this increase for the cost for purchasing coal patch. Road sign material is increasing by $2,000. This is because we are creating signs in-house. The two reserve transfer that I've mentioned, one is for roads, roads contribution to the roads reserve. It was for the wood grinding. For the wood grinding, we no longer need it. And the street light, there is an increase of $10,000. As I've said, it's because of street light maintenance. Any question on this page?
Standard. The streetlights, are they inspected monthly, yearly? How are they?
There's no maintenance plan for say for the street lines. It's usually dealt with more of a reactive approach. So when those street lights out, we replace them or repair them, I should say.
So you're looking at a $10,000, which offsets the cost, but they're 9 years old and now need maintenance.
So there's components in them like the fuses, relays, rodents have been getting into them. So some of the stuff isn't really the failure of the actual hardware, or it is failure of the hardware, but more caused by rodents and stuff like that. So
Okay. So we have a separate company come in and do the work.
correct, yeah.
So as you say, it's reactive, so it probably costs extra money to have the company come in and do it on a monthly basis or quarterly basis or whatever.
Yeah, if we did maintenance on them or reactive, proactive maintenance to go in there and take them, we'd have to get a bucket truck and electricians, right? Contracted out. So we usually, if there's 400 and some streetlights in the municipality, so as they don't work, we just make a call and get them repaired.
Okay, so there is no maintenance schedule, it's just, okay, right, thank you.
Larry, did you have a question?
Yeah.
Please.
Lucas, the sign materials. Who does this?
So we make those in-house through we did purchase a vinyl cutter. We buy all the blanks. It is a quick turnaround. So if somebody if a street light, or no, sorry, a street sign is stolen, which there seems to be a few this year, that we get those calls. We have the blanks. We go over to our vinyl cutter, cut the vinyl out, stick it, and usually we can have a street sign up, turn around within 24 hours. Before that time, we had a very old style die cutter where you would have to be like, it was like building blocks. So you had to put them all down on a template, push them out, cut the letters. It was a bit of a delay. Those parts were obsolete. So we converted over to technology on a laptop and we can create most of our signs. We do all of our 911 signs in-house instead of asking for a sign company to process it. So this is an increase, but over time you will see a decrease in and like I said, it's more efficient too. When somebody says there's a sign down, or if there's a sign missing, we can replace it within 24 hours.
So this is just for 911 signs?
911 and street signs.
Oh, it's
Like for Lakeshore Road, Queen Street, all those signs that if they do go missing or when they go missing.
So is that produced, those are produced at Cold Springs?
No, we produce them here at the Public Works Garage.
So the Cold Springs Hall facility that you've been using in the past is no longer required?
We have to go in there and clean it up. So,
Okay, just a question. Thank you.
yeah.
Any further questions or leading comments? We're good?
If I can take everyone to page 121, please. So under new items, you can see that we have identified 2 new positions. But we're not asking for it in 2025. We are going to hold off till the completion of Public Works Internal Service Delivery Review is done. In terms of the analyzation, we're requesting approximately $39,000 for the 2 positions that were approved by council during 2024 budget deliberation. In terms of service enhancement for hardtop maintenance contracted out, we're requesting $10,000 for additional crack sealing, crack ceilings. For zone painting, we're requesting $3,000 for additional line painting. Catch basin, we're requesting additional $5,000 for additional cleaning, CCTV, and condition review. In terms of insurance, there is an increase of approximately $18,000. Any question on this page?
Yes, sir, I just kind of, I know there are abbreviations for part-time, full-time, but what's an FTE?
Full-time equivalent. Full-time equivalent. So it's kind of like rather than working the whole week, half a week.
Thank you.
Mark?
I have a quick question. It's not on the sheet. It's on, I believe it's on last year, dealing with our safeties and so forth on your trucks. It was an expense that we didn't know at that time. Has anything happened with that?
So that safety request, I don't know if it was in 2024 budget or even it was
Maybe 23.
in 23 budget. There was a delay through the ministry. We have finally received, or I shouldn't say finally, about 3 months ago, we did receive all the technologies that are used for that. That was, I think, a $20,000 capital request because we really didn't know what the ministry was going to provide us. I believe that the cost to get the tablet, which is an iPad or a Tough Duck machine, plus the printer, was about $2,500. So it was substantially less just because we are a municipal association or organization. The private sector was cost a little bit more money, but we do have the new safety program is in place. And now we can have the ability to print out the yellow stickers. And if you happen to see them or recently, there is the design on them is a little bit different. And that the plan is there that when you input all this information, you have to take pictures of brake measurements, tire measurements, brake stroke length, take pictures of the vehicle. And then on the sticker that's on the outside of the vehicle, any commercial vehicle, there's a QR code. And I guess through the ministry side of it, that when an enforcement officer pulls you over, they sign that QR code and they can gather all the information from it, when the safety was, and pictures of the vehicle to prove, are you in that same vehicle or not, as per that safety. So it is all implemented and it seems to be working fine. There's a couple little hurdles and crawling around on your back with a flashlight and an iPad and getting pictures. It's a little challenging.
There's a lot less than
Yeah.
what was originally. Great, thank
Any follow-up questions? Najat, back to you, please.
If I can take everyone to page 122, please. So we're requesting to increase transfer to facility reserve by $50,000, transfer to bridge and culvert reserve, which is also known as structure reserve, by $40,000, and transfer to stormwater reserve by $40,500. And that takes the budget for public works to a 6.7% increase. Any question? If not, I would like to move to Parks and Facilities Reserve. I am going to request Trevor Clapperton, our manager of Parks and Facility, to introduce Parks and Facilities budget.
Thank you, Nazrat, and thank you for having me today. Just an overview of the department. We do provide a wide range of recreation active living programs through our facilities, being the 2 multi-use facilities in Baltimore and Bewdley, and our banquet centers at the Cold Springs Memorial Hall and the Old Camborne Schoolhouse. Most recently, we've provided a wide range of programs in our facilities through our program coordinators, which has been very successful recently. They work with over 50 user groups that we deal with in all of our facilities for ice rentals, ball field rentals, or soccer field rentals and other programs. And and also providing a list of programs for seniors and youth in our departments. Our accomplishments for 2024, we included, as you remember last year, the ballpark fencing project at the Baltimore Park. It was to be a 2-year project. We were in getting competitive pricing. We were able to complete that in 1 year. So that come off the books for the 25 as phase 2. You will no longer see that. We purchased a new pickup truck with a dump box in the back that is used out of the Bewdley Arena and to the north for the parks. The dump box is used for cleaning the weeds at the Harwood Beach in the summertime. And then we had the new playground at Laurel Park that was installed through a Trillium grant. And we had a grand opening there at the end of the summer, and it was well received by the community. 2024 included summer day camp program that was new. It was very successful. And it was, we had on average about 30 kids per week for that program, and it was well received by the community. We did the painting of the old Camborne Schoolhouse that was completed and cleaned up, and that has been completed. Some of the other programs that we've provided in 24 was increased ice rentals. There's been a high demand for the ice rentals, particularly at Baltimore. And we've now opened the facility for ice rentals at 7 a.m. 5 days a week. We have rentals at 7 and 8 a.m. And we've included some off-peak hours during the day where we've had some senior leagues start to play there during the day. So that's improved. We hosted the 2024 Skate Ontario Synchronized Skating event in January. We'll host that again this year in 2025, which brought quite a few people through our community and kept the place very busy for 3 consecutive days. The other programs that have been included is a new youth program, ball program in Bewdley. They had 3 ball teams join there, so we rehabilitated that Bewdley Ball Diamond, and it's been very successful. Priorities for 2025. We'll be looking at replacement of the tractor loader that is housed at the Baltimore Arena that's used for grass cutting and dragging the ball diamonds. We're looking at the replacement of the trailers used for pulling the lawnmowers to the parks within the communities for cutting grass. One of the trailers we will be replacing will be a little larger to accommodate the tractor that we can now take out to Bewdley and the other ball diamonds to maintain them as well. And as mentioned earlier, in response to the public question just about the vending machines, we are looking at new vending machines in order to provide a better service to the users of our facilities. Some of the departmental efficiencies, as mentioned, the increased ice usage has really helped the revenue base for our facilities, just with the off-peak hours renting ice. And then staff continue to monitor for grant programs. Most recently, we've applied for grants for projects at the Baltimore Park to update lighting and ball field improvements. So along with that, we will look at growing our program department. It is very new to us. It's been very successful in the last year, and I see that continuing to grow. That's it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Harry has a question for us, Nazareth.
With our increased productivity and efficiency and program development, Trevor and I have been talking about the Baltimore Rec Center and where it goes in the future. It's an old facility. It's been moved around and shoveled around a little bit, but we lack a lot of space for improving program facilities. In other words, the whole place needs to be looked at and improved on its and how we provide more rooms in the building to accommodate some of the programming. So I just, in the future, I think we're gonna have to start looking at major improvements to the Baltimore Rec Center. As you know, in the retail industry, they're constantly renovating and upgrading the branding of some of these facilities to improve popularity or improve the use of facilities, because the whole facility is changing from a nice rink to now cultural and artistic programming. But we don't have the space or the facility to provide some of those services. So I'm just saying, in the future, not to this budget, but in the future, we should be looking at sort of thinking about what we're gonna do in the future with the Baltimore Rec Center. Because it's expanding, because as our population expands there, there's more demand placed on these kinds of activities from the Parks and Recreation and cultural programming. So just saying, we should start thinking about how much we're gonna put into something in the future. So I hope that's okay that I said that.
Yeah, and we've had some discussions on just some of the underutilized space,
Yeah.
and I look more at the Sabic Arena, the old original part of the arena with some of the dressing rooms, meeting rooms, and things like that, and opportunities there that we could potentially tear down some walls, open more of a community space, programming type space, that can be better utilized as opposed to storage where things get thrown in and forgot about.
Mark,
Library, Mary? Library?
Possible.
Yeah, there you go. My question comes back to the tractor loader replacement. Is that something that you're going to need like 5 days a week, every day kind of thing? Is that something that could be shared with I look at the roads department and their need sometimes to cut grass along the roadside. Is there a possibility of using that same tractor to do some of that also? And
I guess the quick answer would be no. We use it basically every day. We spent significant amounts on it this year for repairs. And when it was down, we didn't realize how much we did use it, but we have ball pretty much every day, and it's used for prepping the ball diamonds. It's used for cutting the grass. So it's not, it's used daily. So it's be tough to share with another department, and it's a smaller tractor. So it's,
I
would
was
be
just looking for
underutilized.
something along the
Yeah.
roadside, 'cause we're always trying to catch up.
No, and we actually looked at the tractor that they had, I think it was last year or 2 years ago, when they about using that to replace it, but it was too big for what we needed.
Okay, thank you.
my comment would be that I see it as two different pieces of equipment with two different functions and usage. John?
Just gonna say that we can bring this forward at the Parks and Recreation Facility meeting. And we can discuss that and maybe have a report come forward to council,
Regarding the,
facility fund ball.
Oh, yeah. absolutely.
Larry?
Just while we're on the subject, because Mark brought it up, about the cutting of the roadsides. This goes back to Lucas. That machine that we've got right now that cuts the roadsides, it's how wide? Doesn't seem to be wide enough, can we get an additional few feet added onto that, or what?
Comes with a bigger machine and another 300,000. I'll go with a no, just from what I quickly know.
No, I'm not talking about grass cutting for the Parks and Rec. I'm talking about our roadsides, just while we're on that subject. So as I see it,
That's something, can we get, because
Yeah.
we are off topic as our manager has said. So we can make a mental note, we can make a hard note, and that is something that could be considered. Because that is a component of that machine. To me, it's not 7 and 8 feet wide like the old one that it replaced. Howbeit, it has a different function. So that's something that we can make a note on and maybe get a report on back to coordinators and back to council in the future. I just want to, because of history, I have to kind of add a component to Deputy Mayor's comment about Baltimore being old. Components of the Baltimore facility are old. Others are brand new in other people's minds.
2006 isn't new anymore.
It is when you're replacing something from 1954. Okay, moving on. Nezra, we're going to turn this back to you for some professionalism, please.
If I can take everyone to page 126, please. Parks and Facilities Department is requesting for a 8.3% increase. In terms of their budget, base is increasing by 5.2%. Their personnel is increasing by 4%. That's COLA, step rate increase, benefit rate increases. Other expenditure is increasing by approximately $63,000, and we'll go through that when I go through the pressure sheet. Other revenue is increasing by approximately $42,000, again, for various reasons, and I'll go through that when I go through the pressure sheet. External pressure is increasing by $17,000 for insurance. Capital contribution is increasing by $20,000 for additional transfer to Parks Equipment Reserve. Any question on page 126 before I move to the pressure sheet? If I can take everyone to page 127, please. Personnel, as I've said, is increasing by 4% because of COLA, step rate increase, benefit rate increases. Membership is increasing by $200. That's aligned with actual. Office supplies, it's increasing by $500. That's aligned with actual. Minor capital is increasing by $5,000 because of future furniture replacement. Programming expense is actually increasing by $1,000, new programming expense. Groundskeeping, you can see that vehicle fuel and repair is increasing by $15,000 and groundskeeping maintenance is decreasing by $10,000. The net impact to budget is $5,000. It's just we are reallocating expense to the right account. Clothing allowance is increasing by $500 based on collective agreement. Credit card service charges is increasing by $900 aligned with actual. Hydro is increasing by $10,000 because of increased ice season. Heating fuel is increasing by approximately $12,000. That's aligned with actual. Building maintenance is increasing by $6,100 increased in usage. ActiveNet fee is increasing by $3,600. That's increase in usage. Equipment maintenance is increasing by approximately $5,500. That's ice plant rebuild in aging equipment. Water usage is increasing by $3,500 aligned with actual. Clothing allowance under Putley is increasing by $600 based on collective agreement. Pop machine or vending machine, there's a decrease of approximately $1,200. Credit card service, there's an increase of $300 aligned with actual. Hydro is increasing by $1,000 because of price increase. Heating fuel is increasing by $3,500 aligned with actual. Equipment maintenance is increasing by $2,000 aligned with actual. Building maintenance is increasing by $2,500 aligned with actual. Any question on page 127? If not, I request everyone to move to page 128, please. Programming revenue is increasing by $2,200, approximately $2,300. That's additional programs that we are going to be offering. Vending machine, the revenue is increasing by $500 because of increased usage. Ice rental is increasing by $30,000 because of increased ice season. Civic truck rental, this is our revenue, is increasing by $5,000, aligned with projected actual. Arena floors is increasing by approximately $4,000, aligned with actual. In terms of external pressure, I've mentioned earlier, insurance, an increase of $17,000. And in terms of capital contribution, an increase of $20,000 transferred to Parks Equipment Reserve to build the reserve for the future. Any question on this page?
Yeah, we don't have the actuals in for the year end for the programming. Some of the programming expenses we've exceeded at, and then we had the day camp, which was a separate line item. I believe we were just slightly under that, but our costs were also under that as well. So we are on track to what we first projected. As you see, we budgeted a slight increase and of both revenues and expenses.
Trevor, as you move forward with year-end results, could that question be answered again into the coordinators meeting so we can see that?
Yes.
Thank you. Very positive, very positive. Thank you, everyone. Any further questions here? Nezra?
I would like to now move to library's budget that was actually presented by the CEO of library today. If I can take everyone to 136. It's an increase of 5.9% as was mentioned today for the library services. Page 136. Any question? If not, I'd like to take everyone to community grant. If I can take everyone to page 140, please. So we have received quite a few on page 140. So we have received a few requests for community grants, and they have all presented it to council at a committee of the whole meeting. I would need direction from council to so that I can inform them exactly how much grant will be is approved. So Hardwood Hall, they're requesting $7,500. Community Care is requesting $9,000. Bethlehem Walk is requesting $2,500. Ed's House is requesting $3,500. Baltimore Public School is requesting $10,000. Camborne Public School is requesting $12,000.
I presume there's some discussion and comments here. Larry, would you like to lead off?
Yeah, well, first off, I think we're gonna deduct the Baltimore Public School and the Camborne Public School. Only to say that both of those schools are approaching the school board along with the Parks and Rec department to try to find funding available through some of the various municipal or provincial or federal government grant programs. And that's an encouraging fact, because understanding that public schools cannot, their playground equipment and outside recreational equipment is not covered by the school board. It has to be raised by the various communities within themselves using their, I think it's called the student parent programs, stuff like that, which is really unfair, I think. But anyway, so I did a little calculation on that, still keeps us over where we have the money for spending. So I'm recommending, and you can either agree or disagree with what I'm recommending.
I mean, I hear your recommendation that the dollar value for Baltimore and Camborne, not the dollar value request not be supported. Am I correct in
That's
you
correct.
making that recommendation?
That's
Are we? So are we kind of in agreement with that? And then we should probably make a motion on that. Okay, do we want to do this grant by grant or all together? I'm looking at you, Nezrat, for direction.
It's just Ed's House, so can I talk about that one?
Sure. Okay, let's do it as a group.
I think it's going to be easier if we do it as a group, then I
Yeah.
will be able to tell you the impact.
Okay, Mark.
On Ed's House, we discussed this at an environmental meeting, or last environmental meeting, and there's some monies there that they were willing to put aside to do a pollinator garden there. So it would be environmentally friendly, and that would help them out. And I don't think Sherry was all that. She didn't really need the money that she requested. She said she'd take it if we had it, kind of thing. So if we could work with them on their requests and give them some, at least, I think we have a budget of, correct me wrong, I think it's 1,000. So we're gonna give them at least 1,000. We lowered that number instead of 35 to at least 25, and we could probably even lower it to, we could probably take it right out if we wanted to. If we give the, because she was more concerned that we give the community care their funding, so.
Yeah,
We're kind of going unofficial here, but I support Mark's train of thought. In fact, I've shared that with others previously. I think, and I'll put it in the form of a question to Nezrat, I think if we were to reduce Ed's house to $2,000, that would help out our balance there substantially, wouldn't it? Assuming Larry's proposal of the 2 schools is also in place. Nezrat, I'm looking to you for a thought.
So I actually have a scenario in front of me and I can talk about that and you can tell me how to change it. For community care, they are requesting $9,000 and I have 9,000 in my scenario. And of course, council can change it. Bethlehem Walk, they're requesting $2,500 and I have $2,000. For Hardwood Hall, they're requesting $7,500, which is very much close to what they requested last year. So I have $7,500 there. For AdSec, I have $2,000, but they're requesting $3,500. So what happens is if we approve this amount, community grant will be at $20,500. The miscellaneous community grant that you have, right now we have a budget of $3,335. That will be reduced to $2,500 to make sure that our community grant total budget remains at $25,000. So no changes, no net changes.
I'm sorry. 25. Okay, so Bethlehem Walk would get 2, community care would get their ask of 9, Harwood Hall would get their ask of 7,500. Ed's house would be down to 2, Baltimore and Camborne schools down to 0 and 0. There is no request from the Legion. There is no request from Gorge Landing. And the recreation grant would go to 2,500 balance.
The recreation grant will be around, it will be 2,000. There is no change, but the miscellaneous grant for community services, instead of $3,335, the budget will be $2,500. And that will make sure that our budget is not, there's no net impact to our budget.
Has everybody got a good understanding, Larry?
Yeah, I've got an understanding, but what is the miscellaneous?
This is when, so for example, if next year after the budget is approved, another organization such as Legion comes to council and asks for some additional funding, which they did, I think 2 years back, council will have some money in their hand to allocate it.
Some ways it's a reserve.
That's right, to
Yeah.
some extent, yes. Council will have a budget to allocate.
Larry, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I don't know if a lot of people know this even if it's available to them. You know, whether there's enough, nonprofit organizations out there that could be using these funds to improve their kind of services or whatever. I saw it a little differently. I thought that we've been very gracious to Harvard Hall for quite a few years now. And they've asked for 7,500. They always keep going up. They do have very robust funding and fundraising program. I was thinking that we should drop it down to 7,000. That's my opinion. I was thinking that community care would be at 9. Ed's warehouse is a tremendously important facility. And I think we shouldn't be dropping them down to, I think they should be at, I was thinking around 3,000, try to really do a good job of creating that garden. We don't have enough of that kind of stuff going around. The other one was the Bethlehem Walk. What did we say a Bethlehem Walk was going to be?
So they're requesting $2,500. In my formula, I had 2,000.
That would be fine. It's just the Bethlehem Walk is located in Cold Springs. let's say, historical event that I think is the really only big event that Fulton has. And I think they deserve to, their hard work, their community and the people that get together that, they deserve to have some, I don't see why they couldn't have 2,500. To really maybe improve the exhibits they've got and provide the security and insurance and stuff. I think we shortchange them too much. And that would pretty much do it for me. And then the balance we split. I don't know if anybody agrees with that or not, but I just think, some of these other organizations require some more funding than we.
John, I believe you had a comment or a question.
Just to follow up Larry's comment here about the Bethlehem Walk, I believe that he's correct in what he's saying about the event. My struggle here is the fact that insurance wise and policing cost wise, because we're not being supported by the board to this point, therefore their costs are going to increase. The policing and fire department is very gracious to offset the costs. They have auxiliary officers there as well that don't cost anything, but they do have to pay for a police officer to be there on scene for traffic control. They have to have that. So the extra, if you add that up to $3,000, take the extra 500, put that to 3,000, to maybe help offset their costs.
Okay, in that example, John, that you speak of, where would that money come from? Would it come from our so-called reserve after the fact, or are you also in support of reducing the Harwood Hall to get some of that money?
Well, you could either reduce the Harwood Hall, or if you say that Ed's house is going to get 3,000 instead of 35, you could just take the 500 and give it to Bethlehem Walk. Either way, it works out. Just any, yeah. I'm open.
Mark, your thoughts?
Thoughts are, I hate to reduce Harwood Hall. I mean, I know we've given money there in the past, but they are doing a tremendous good job there. And they have the library there. I mean, there's a number of people involved there, and the group that's here now today they do a tremendous job there. They come in, they're ambitious. I'd hate to take that away from them. So I like to see that one stay. Bethlehem Walk, I'd like to leave it 2,500. That's what they asked for. So that's what we should give them. Ed's house, as I mentioned, we have 1,000 that we're going to give them from the environmental group for those flowers and so forth. So we can cut that one back out of here. It would come out of our environmental group's budget. So that would knock that one, you could knock that one down to 2,000 even if you wanted to. And I think they'd be more than happy. And then if you eliminate the two schools, and I think that would pretty well do it. I mean, we're pretty well on budget then.
Okay. Bruce, thoughts? Or do you want me to go down through the numbers that I think it might work, and I'll get Nezrit to confirm?
No.
They do pay for the hall for the nights of their event. When we talked at the facility, they were booking it for preparation and getting things ready, and that we give them in kind. We don't charge them for that anymore.
So for Bethlehem Walk, if I may clarify, in the past, we used to give in kind. From 2025 and onward, we will be giving them a check for the amount that's going to be approved, and they can decide how they're going to be spending it. That's correct. Based on the number of days they book the hall.
I don't know why I think I can do this, but I'm going to try and go down through these numbers to sort of consolidate everyone's thoughts. Harwood, the last version was Harwood Hall remaining at 7,500. Community care at 9,000. Bethlehem Walk at 2,500. Ed's house at 2,000 plus 1,000 from environmental. 0 for Baltimore Public School. 0 for Camborne Public School. no ask from Beauty Legion, no ask from Gore's Landing Hall. And Nezrat, help me, what do I want to put under the next one, a recreation grant?
So-
2,000 now?
So it still remains 2,000, and in terms of the miscellaneous grant to the communities, to the community, it's instead of 3,335, it's going to be 2,000.
Okay, is that the common ground that we want to go to? The $2,000 for community services is less than what we've had in previous years.
That's correct.
Okay, is that where we want to be?
I
We
would
are
say-
basically honoring every request with the exception of Ed's house, which is $500 short of the ask. And our presenter that day was very honest and forthright and made a statement of the priority even for themselves would be the community care part of the presentation. So, questions, comments, Larry?
Just remember, we don't have police service board anymore that can offset some of the requests that we've had in the past. We've always turned to police service board for those kinds of funding, so. You know, is that enough for us to, you know, some of these Cub Scouts
Yeah,
groups
it's
or whatever they are that come forward, we'd be sending them over to police service board, so
Yeah.
we won't have that anymore.
3,500.
On to 2,000.
That's exactly what I have. That's exactly what I have in my worksheet too. The budget for community grant is 25,000. That's right. No changes. That's right.
I presume we need a motion to that effect,
Please.
based on my verbalization, or do we want to go through that again? We're good? We're good? We don't need to read it again? Everybody's got a clear understanding? Moved by Mark, seconded by Larry. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. I don't know, it seems like it's a $25,000 entry and we seem to spend as much time on that as a lot of items in the budget process. We got it done. Let's move forward. Thank you, Nezrat. Your floor is yours again.
So that concludes 2025 operating budget presentation. We are now at 7.3% with the assessment growth of 0.9%. The net levy increase is 6.4%. I will be bringing forward this one again to council on the 11th of December and requesting council to approve it. I'll now move to capital budget presentation. If I can take everyone to page 142. As I've mentioned earlier, we are requesting a capital budget of $4.5 million for 2005. Fire department is requesting a budget of $469,000 to be funded from reserve as well as DC. I'm actually going to request our fire chief to come here and go over all the budget that he's requesting.
Thank you. This is a few more lists than we've traditionally come forward with the fire service. A number of these asks are as a result of the work that we've been doing with the asset management, and a number of these items have been handled through the operation budget in one-offs. And as a result of that, there haven't been provisions in a capital budget for them. And it's also meant that we haven't had the exact like, kind, or quality, and the aging of those items have not been consistent throughout the department. So although we did a great job in our asset management with vehicle specific, some of the smaller items that you see listed there have not. So I'll handle them page by page, starting on page 145 with the water rescue boat. So this boat is to pair up with the commitment that we made last year to stay in ice and water. And if we reflect back to the master fire plan that we did, the recommendation was that if we were going to stay in the business, that we support those capital purchases, and that our current pleasure craft being a Legend pontoon boat be replaced with something that's classified as a rescue vessel and something more in the commercial vessel lineup that would be more adequate for fire suppression and rescue on Rice Lake. So the ask is there for $125,000 to replace the current boat that's there. That boat would be surplus, taken out of service and sold to Gov Deals. And we have worked through the development charges process showing that there is a $31,250 development charge because of the increase of the serviceability, having fire suppression as well as rescue. It would be dual purpose and be an enhanced process for the lake that's there. And I'm not sure on process, so we want to handle these individually with questions, or do we want to?
Independently, I think keep on topic the best we can.
Okay.
Mike, what components of this relate to our association with A&H?
So none at this time. And that was solely just in discussions with our group and where we were in comparison to where they were at the budget process. I know that previously we had discussed that in further consultation. Two municipalities owning the same piece of equipment can cause some, grief. Not saying that we're not going to have interoperability, and also understanding how broad that Rice Lake is. The proposal that you have in front of you is 100% solely owned and maintained and run by Hamilton Township. Albeit, I have not exhausted all resources for potential. Like I'm not discounting that there could be a revenue or a possibility, but I'm not here today prepared to offer that back, other than the commitment that we've done through the ENR bylaw that we will have the provisions for chargeback if we get out there, like in a towing aspect or non-rescue aspect.
Staying with that train of thought, from a year ago now, I have in my head that it was going to be kind of a 50-50 deal. And I just heard your answer, and what I'm left with is a thought. Is there any understanding that they will be reciprocating with a similar purchase so that we can support each other on the lake to a certain consistent level?
So we did provide that consistency with last year's ask. So they did match the similar vessel that we had specific to ice and water rescue, which was contained within our $100,000 ask last year. I do believe that's where they are hoping to go. I can't comment where they are for 25, if that's something that's going to happen immediately, but certainly in talks with Chief Dawson, that's the ask.
Some optimism there. Thank you. Any other questions on this ask?
I know last year, specific to ice water, there was a follow-up question from council as to exactly what that looks like. I didn't include any pictures here because we tend to sometimes get more down the road of a particular vendor. But to give you a sense of this, which would be like an all aluminum craft that would have a small housing in it that would keep some weather off of firefighters, have a sizable motor in it. As long as the relationship remains, would be housed at the current location of Harris Boat Works and service done by them. It does should come with a trailer that would hopefully provide us, depending on space, maybe we could get it out of the weather for at least 4 or 5 months of the year and dry dock it.
John?
Cost recovery.
Mhm.
If I'm with the lake like individuals do it this time of year,
Mhm.
and I just happen to fall through the ice, or I have to be rescued, and you come out there and do it, is there a chargeback?
So typically we have not charged individuals. The direction of council has been to exhaust what we could, unless there was illegal activity, to exhaust what we could through the insurance side of things. So if it was an actual rescue of such, we have not put provisions in for that. However, we do have chargebacks through our bylaw to provide MTO rates, which would be the $380-ish per hour per vessel. That being said, there are lots of municipalities that have waterways. You don't have to go very far, Simcoe County, that have very strict policy, which we could certainly look at. And if we wanted to go down that road, I'm happy to bring that in front of council and have a charge back if we do perform a rescue because conditions aren't adequate for you to be out there.
I think that'd be something we should be looking at because you can't put price on stupidity.
Yes, you can. It's considered dearly. Do we ever have any thoughts of, in respect to the chargebacks of the people that were helping get off the lake? Are they Hamilton Township residents or are they non-Hamilton Township residents? I mean,
I would suggest that in the non-accidental, we would encroach on the 100% are non-residential. And the silliness. I mean, I'm not saying we don't ever help out residents, but most people that locally travel on our waterway have a provision or a plan B. So a number of the people that we do. That being said, the other component of this that we've never actively looked at as a fire service is we do have some building stock that we're responsible for on a series of islands in the municipality that we've made very clear that we're limited in our response. This vessel would have some pumping capabilities and truly be able to move folks out there, albeit it's not going to be fast, and no matter what we do, it certainly would enhance our service to protect exposure should we get a wildland event or a structure fire on those. Also, as we continue to change the use of our non-year-round roads, if I can call them that, we know that some of the building that's happening on those waterfront properties are most easily accessible by water. And some of your firefighting capabilities actually smarter to go to the water and fight it from there than it is to try to go down some of the embankments and hills. So there will be a time, there's been a few in my career, but there will be a time that this vessel would also assist with that and would support even for the South Shore.
thank you, Mark.
I know we have mutual aid and I know this, if we are the only ones with the vehicle or with the boat, is there any chance of charging those other municipalities for the use of that boat if there's a fire or a rescue, like in Elma Calderman or Trent Hills?
So I think that's the conversation that I'll commit to and bring back through coordinators, is to have those conversations. Certainly, as you respectfully said, the mutual aid programs there not to, do that. But when we get into a specialized piece of equipment or a specialized rescue, particularly if the occurrences become, more often, I certainly think that's something. And we can very easily go into fire service agreements with these areas. So if there was a region in the lake, whether it's A&H or whether it's, in Peterborough County, if someone wanted to enter into an agreement, then we could definitely do a fee for service, annual fee for service or fee for call. So we certainly can do that. I think the fortunate part or the thing I'm most proud of is that as we come onto these certifications of Fire 1 and Fire 2 coming in 2026, this is a specialized rescue that's come into 2028. And I wish he hadn't left, but Jay was here earlier, and that was one of the recommendations that came out of the master fire plan. And if you remember, the consultant basically said, our recommendation is get out of ice water rescue. But page 2 said, but if you stay in it, these are all the things you must do. And that's what we're talking about today. I'm only sitting here as the fire chief echoing the asks of the men and women that serve you, that they want to be in this game. And they have committed that because of the need, because of the conversations that we've had with other agencies, that we know they're truly in a recovery mode. They're not in a rescue mode. They don't have provisions to be out there in a timely fashion. And they've made the commitment to put their time, energy and lives in peril to provide the service. So I'm here acting on their behalf. And I think it's a pretty neat position to be in, that our folks want to be in this business.
In respect to chargebacks and other municipalities, my mind is going to the fact that we don't have an aerial truck. There are occasions that we have the need of an aerial truck. So I look forward to your review and your comments, but I'm also realizing that there's an opportunity for this to be read in different directions.
And I think where I would delineate that through you, Mayor Jib, is that we would be entering into a one-off would be similar to your aerial, where we would enter into more of a contractual agreement would be where a municipality identified a need where they needed ice water or water rescue service or fire suppression, and they were unable, unwilling, or just couldn't provide it. Then we could truly go and have that conversation, or if they required, the assistance without reciprocating it. So I think that would be the piece that we were talking about, and then obviously individually come up with some rules about who we're going to charge and how and why as we move through the fees and charges and everything in there.
Thank you, Mike. Larry, follow up?
Just as I'm the only one on the lake, I can only say that because there's no OPP coverage on the lake anymore. Last year, there was a fair amount of traffic on the lake, but near the end of the year, the summer, there was so much traffic on the lake, and a lot of it is by those Sea-Doos or watercraft, and those are your crazies. And by having this fireboat on the water, I think it would feel a lot safer that unfortunately the Hamilton Township would be covering for tourism, the ability to provide that service. I think it's well needed, and I salute the fire department for committing to it and training for it. I think it's, there to be commended.
Thank you. Any further follow-up questions or comments? Okay, Desmond, back to you. Mike, back to you.
The second ask is on page 148, and that is the $100,000 ask for extrication equipment. Again, a lot of the tools that we have been bought in, I'll call it dribs and drabs over the years, without a solid replacement. We essentially use 3 complete sets at the 3 different stations. Currently, the price for a complete set of a cutter spreader ram is around $100,000. The ask is to put that into a rotation that reoccurs every 5 years, so that they're all getting changed out every 15. As stated in the enhancement sheet, there's a couple challenges that we have in providing this service. One is doing the work and doing the training and understanding how it is, and the other is staying ahead of the technology that's in front of us. And I noticed at lunch we were talking about EVs and where that world is going. That discipline that we are going to be required to be in as a specialized rescue piece of being extrication also is one that our firefighters are adamant about, but I also believe one that is necessary in peril for us because of the portion of the 401 that travels through there, and the number of accidents that we have on our feeder highways. It is unfortunate to report that in 2024, we had a lot of bad accidents in our area, and unfortunately a number of fatalities in which this equipment does make a huge difference. So the ask is there for this to start into the rotation and start one of those first sets. And there is specialized equipment that goes along with these, and one of them is stabilization pieces that are required, particularly when you get into the large vehicle piece, to make sure that we can do the stuff, particularly along the 401 corridor. So the ask is there for the $100,000 to replace a set, with an additional ask when we look at the forecast of that happening again in 5 years. Again, for the funding, $75,000 from reserves and $25,000 from development charges, because we are increasing those technologies, and we would be adding some services that we haven't necessarily had from the 401. Speaking specifically to the 401, we do run each and every call on the 401 with Cobourg Fire, and that has been working very consistently and very well for the last year, which also feathers into the MTO conversation, the recovery of the funds that you see earmarked there in the revenues, in that they are administering through their fire admin and their treasury. And we just received a check this week for the first quarter of 2024 they're looking after all the MTO billing because we're only able to have a single department. But they allocate the provisions of the pieces of vehicle that are there for us. So there's continued training, continued conversation, so that for this first set, it would ideally be housed in Baltimore. And some of the equipment that's in Baltimore is by no means useless or aged out, that it wouldn't be distributed. This would be an enhancement, and we'll be working with Coburg to ensure that we have that interoperability for that. Also making that station 2 a little more technical, and they'll obviously move north as needed, as they have with our other crashes. And then in the northwest corner, we have the solidified agreement with Port Hope. So Station 3, Port Hope, Station 1 and 3 from Hamilton Township. And then in the east side, we have Station 3 going with A&H on these types of calls. So. Questions on the auto extrication side?
Making notes for my questions later on, so. Any follow-up questions for Mike on this part of it? Okay, Mike Nazrat, please.
Moving to the third request, page 151, is a half-ton pickup truck emergency support unit. If you remember back 10 years ago, we started in our fleet reduction. We had at that time 3 3/4 ton trucks, one that was housed at each station. The plan was always to get that down to 1 3/4 ton pickup truck, and that one truck stay in the fleet. Well, we're moving some of them around with some of our 5500 platforms. I call them that because that will mean more to you than me trying to identify the trucks and those taking in place of them. At the current time, the deputy fire chief's truck is not by any means past its service life. And the intention would be this brand new pickup truck became his truck moved back in to be an admin vehicle and one that the daily crew would use. And we would eliminate the half-ton pickup truck that is 10 years old and is a 2008 3/4 ton truck. And just if you've been here long enough, remember that was the truck that was originally housed at Harwood. So it would have been bought at that, and it is the one that has the full 8-foot box with the full quad cab. So it's a fairly long piece of equipment. It is more currently at 172,828 kilometers as of yesterday. It is showing some signs of surface rust. It does have some electrical gremlins that are not insurmountable, but have caused us some grief. The intent would be that truck would be put in Gov Deals and surplus. The current chief's vehicle would replace it as a runabout, and then the deputy chief would receive the new half-ton pickup truck. The similar ideal will happen and is proposed, so we're transparent. The similar idea will be proposed in 2 years for my vehicle to do the exact same. On one of these moves, we'll do that with a 3/4 ton truck to keep one in the fleet, and then that will take the last one out, eventually being the one that's in Bewdley. So with this move today, if approved, we would still have a 3/4 ton truck in Harwood, a 3/4 ton truck in Bewdley. With next year, the 3/4 ton truck, if we stay to the proposal, there would be a 5500 chassis going into Harwood, which would take that 3/4 ton truck out. And then in 2 years, we might look at doing the next chief truck as a 3/4 ton. So then in 3 years after that, it would switch out. So what we're essentially doing, in the past, we put brand new pickup trucks in the fire stations and they aged out before they kilometered out. We're actually putting some kilometers on them and then putting them back into the fleet so that we're not.
Mike, I'm not so sure everyone in the room is able to follow your 5500 platform
Okay,
comments.
Okay,
Little
so-
detail if you would.
So 5500 is basically a 5-ton truck. So it's we call them the mini pump. So there's one that sits at, so it's a Chev 5500 or a Dodge 5500, obviously bigger than your 3/4 ton. So we have 2 in the fleet right now. We have one in Station 1 that acts as a pump, and we have one in Station 2 that acts as a rescue, has a small pump on it, but they are 5-man cab. with some sort of a small box on the back of it. And again, back to the fleet reduction, and we haven't put 2025 numbers on them, but when we did this 10 years ago, the moving fleet over 10 years reduced the cost over 2 million of the fleet, and stressing the use of these vehicles for the smaller calls. And interestingly enough, in the budget survey, there was a recommendation by a resident to do exactly what we're doing. And my response was, that's exactly what we're doing. And if you see us rolling with the bigger trucks, it's for a reason. And there's either tools on it or the call type. We are not running medicals with $1.5 million fire trucks. I reassure you that we're not going to, we're not doing the non-type calls. And we've combined those vehicles in an attempt to try to lessen what we're dealing with here today in budget and capital asks.
We have a 5,500 now in Bewdley. Where is it?
In Bewdley, there's a 5,500 that acts as a pump. It's a Ford 550. And then there's one that sits in Baltimore that's a Dodge that was purchased 3 years ago.
And those are the two that we have. We don't have a third one in Harwood.
Correct. That is in the budget to be to happen next year.
And so we kind of have an idea of 5,500 outfitted would cost.
I think there's 350, 400 is where we're at right now versus $1.5 million.
The 3/4 ton that sits outside at Baltimore is the one to go down the road.
Correct.
If we were to have a new 1/2 ton, freeing up Jay's 1/2 ton, would it be able to sit indoors?
No, sir.
Some of your answers could be improved here, Michael.
Well, we're going to get to that. It's page 10.
Questions or comments from council? John?
I gotta weigh in on this for some reason. I'm all for extending the life of a vehicle. It's nice that you brought this report forward, but I'd rather see the mechanics report to say what the condition of this truck is.
As in the one we're
The
replacing?
one you're gonna replace, yes. I'd like
Okay.
to see a report on that, because then that gives you some kind of insight to what we're actually looking at for repairs and the costs, et cetera. And if this vehicle's on a regular maintenance schedule,
Mhm.
then it should last another 2 or 3 years, because it should have the components replaced and be operational. So I'm kind of a bit wishy-washy when it comes to replacing vehicles automatically. If you can extend it for another year or 2 years, I'm more than happy.
So respectfully, I'm happy to share the conditional assessment that we do with our vehicles. That's done annually by us. And although we have them in the forecast on a specific year, we gauge them in 3 manners. It is keep, prepare, or replace. And the whole ideology was to give ourselves as well as council that direction that they could make those decisions should there be pressures on any one given year that we wanted to alter that. Can we survive another year or two with the current vehicles that are there? I'd be lying to you if I said we couldn't. The costs of this vehicle being in play right now are not that extravagant that we can't continue to use it. However, we have 16 or 17 vehicles that are in the fleet. And when you do them on a 15 to 20 year replacement, that means that every year we're coming to ask for a vehicle, or should be asking for a vehicle, or we're going to stack them up somewhere. So some of the conversations that you have, or I think we have when we do fleet replacement, is also positioning with Nusrat and making sure that our asks on the year that we ask them are there. I've probably made this situation a little bit more complex this year because we added some of the assets in there. If I was sitting before you asking for one pickup truck and not the rest of the items, and I understand that, but I know the moves that have to be made, and that's why the forecast is there. And I think we probably have in front of us more true and apparent description through the asset management work that we've done. But I'm happy if that's a request for Monday, I can give you the fleet conditional analysis, and I can follow up with Craig on on the maintenance records of that specific truck and what the issues are with it, provide pictures, whatever the ask is.
I'll provide a comment, John, just in between, and we'll come back to you. That truck, double cab, full 8-foot box. I can remember my thoughts when there was talk about bringing that into the fire department in the first place. 3 times. I thought inappropriate and inadequate. There was justification of what they were going to do with that truck. Don't believe that justification ever materialized to the extent that it was advertised for in the first place. It has been a simple people mover. And I don't know how many of us have driven double cabs, 8-foot boxes. But they are one awkward son of a gun. I'll stay with, it was inappropriate when it came here and remains to be inappropriate. We've gotten from 2008 until 2000 and potentially 25 with it. However, I do agree with Councillor Davison. I like to see every nickel's worth of value out of that thing before it goes down the road. John, come back to you.
I'd be comfortable with that, Mike, if you could
Sure.
report forward. I appreciate that.
Yep. And I guess that's the last piece and something that we maybe haven't done, and I'll lead into a little bit for Lucas for this. The conditional assessment value that I use, or the scoring that I use, maybe isn't quite as applicable to pickup trucks, but certainly is in the large format. With the market being as strong that it is on some of the specialty vehicles, sometimes we're amiss if we don't look at a trade-in value, because there is a break over there. Realistically, the truck that we're talking about replacing would bring a few $1,000s on gov deals because of all the things that we've indicated. But on some of the large platform vehicles, running them into the ground isn't always the best decision for us financially when we look at that scoring. So I'm happy to follow up on that one for you for Monday.
Thanks. Any further questions on this so far for Mike? Seeing none, please move on.
Moving into 154 and the thermal imaging ask. Again, this is a technology that's we've had in our vehicles for well over 15 years. Our newest unit is 8 years. We have 3, one in every station on every frontline truck. They are something that they're inconsistent in that there are 3 different makers, something that was done before with something we haven't done since the amalgamation. So the ask here is to provide 3 cameras for the 3 frontline pumps to give that coverage for the full service fire department, and to unify that operation across the board, and basically throw out, we can try to surplus, but basically throw out the 3 that are there that are currently in use. So the ask in front of you there is for $40,000 for 3 new cameras, for 1 for each station. Again, does it put us out of business tomorrow? No. Is it something that we've handled in the past by finding $8,000 or $10,000 in an operating budget? Yes. But with our works through Nusrat and the asset management, we've now moved these items into a capital plan and put a replacement forward on them. And I guess I'm clear, everyone's clear on what the thermal imaging does and allows us to see when we can't.
I personally am. Do we have anybody that needs clarification on that? I mean, I hear it called for throughout the years.
I think it's something that, you're right, it used to be called for, and now it's just something that goes.
Any follow-up questions here for Mike and this component? Okay, we've been asked for a break. It's 2:32. Let's take a 5-minute break. Sorry to you, Mike and Nezrat, but we will recess for 5 minutes. Good afternoon. Let's get back at it. It's 2:40. Mike Nezrat, the floor is yours.
I'll take you to page 156, and it's labeled the Baltimore Facility Study. So Station 2 was built in 1987, meeting the needs of the day. Subsequently, after the build, an additional bay and storage area have been added. At present, the facility houses the full-time administration staff for the fire department. Temporary offices have been taken from the original meeting room to accommodate new staff. The area is not inclusive and accessible and has limited services for firefighters. In the DC study, 2030 was labeled as a replacement year for one of our stations, and no provisions were taken, and that we had no concept drawings, no studies done into how we were going to proceed with that. Whether we can use existing, it is the way that I would like to go. But I think we'd be amiss if we didn't look at it, amongst other things. So the purpose of this was for $36,000, 18,000 from reserves, 18,000 from efficiency, to conduct that study, of which, in talking to the building department, I understand most of that money would be engineering work, to look at, what could be done, not so much consultation.
Mike, can you elaborate just a little bit more on what the end objective would be? Not
My-
necessarily with just this ask of money, but the project itself?
So my ask, my wish would be that we would look at the current lands and space at Station 2 to see if there's enough room to do an expansion. And then, I mean, I think the 2030 date's probably, I mean, that's only 5 years down the pipe. I don't know that we're there, but when grant funding comes, such as the one that was just recently announced by the province for training, unless we're in a position to have some design work done and some concept work done, we can't even really go to the grant process to see what's there. Nor do I have the crystal ball to look at some hard and fast cost to even approach it from a reserve standpoint of what's the money that we require to, to keep this facility going and stay in the game. With the operations the way that they are, I think we'd be amiss to move any of our stations out of the hamlets. They're being supported very well right now by the part-time firefighters. In a different model, in a brand new build, would it look completely different? It certainly could. I think we have a few more good years, before we have to look at that totally different model. So it really is a fact finding, but if I had the dream today, that would be, an expansion of probably at least one more additional bay, or whether there's an ability to double up the depth of the bays, and additional office space. And whether that's an add-on or sometimes new, I don't have that.
I guess I'll leave my thoughts for further development and consideration on this topic. John?
Just a comment, thank you for adding that more of an engineering than a consultation, because I think that was the most important factor in me looking at this document, because I thought it was gonna be an internal, or you're gonna get a consultation to say, yeah, you can do this, do that, whatever else, but if it's gonna be an engineering thing, that'll give you the structural integrity to move things around, or whatever you're gonna do. So
Not speaking for our building official, but I think he's already somewhat agreed to help do some of the conceptual, and then we can move it forward from an engineering side.
that's good, because I thought for 36,000, you're not gonna get much. Thank you.
I think I would be remiss in not reminding everyone that the corner office at one point in time provided an opportunity to look from interior space out into the driveway area in Nagle Road through the block wall and veneer facade. And that, in a consultant's report at one point in time, was stated that the roof was pulling the wall up. That was one of the few occasions that the chief building official at the time was asked to be removed from the council room with the reactive nature. It turned out, and the critical point of my lecture, I guess, at this point in time, for lack of a better word, the critical component was it was buried topsoil seams in the office area. When we speak of engineering and we speak of extensions to that building, again, I use the word, I would be remiss if I didn't say, be careful of the soil 4 feet below the existing footing. Because that's what had to be removed, and that footing and wall had to be underpinned. Very costly venture we would not want to duplicate. And again, I use the phrase, I'll go quiet at this point in time. Any other comments from council members? Okay. Moving on.
Page 159, personal protective equipment replacement. This is similar to what we've had in past years, reoccurring. I do believe, I don't have the 25-year in front of me. I do believe we've increased it annually about $1,500 just to reflect cost increase. Paired with this will hopefully soon be the announcement from the province that we also applied for additional bunker gear. It should be somewhere in the $20,000 to $30,000 range. Currently, we have a set for every firefighter. This 25, 28, what did we get? 20. What did we get on this one? This communications. Sorry, 28 that we asked for PPE. It would be paired with that to probably do something in the tune of 12 to 14 sets, as opposed to the 6 or 8 that we've done annually. We are mandated by law to exchange that gear every 10 years. And so with 60-ish firefighters, we look to replace 6 sets per year. We do not have a huge provision for spare gear. And as we get into these more complex fires, particularly when you look at lithium ion and any of our cancer prevention policies that we have in place, there are times that we need 6 or 8 sets of spare gear. Well, stuff's either being cleaned or being repaired. So this is a reoccurring from previous years, and it's a $28,000 ask funded completely from township reserves.
Any question? Comment, John?
In your report of classification in the National Fire Protection Act of 1851.
That's not a date, that's a number.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's an actual.
Yeah.
Selection, okay.
Yeah. So 1851, if you look up NFPA 1851, that is actually the selection, use, and care and maintenance of structural and firefighting gear. Not a date, but an actual code reference number. Yep.
Okay, any further questions or comments? Please move on.
The next one we have speaks to communication equipment, one that we had had conversation of. Total cost of replacing everything that we had, I deemed to be about $140,000. As I alluded to, 50 to 60% of our current equipment is usable. The ask is for $20,000 this year, funded directly from our reserves, and I believe reoccurring over the next 2 years. So for a total of 3, that's where I put it for now. I'm not. I will better update where the project's at, but I felt that if we did 20,000 per year, was a lot easier than trying to do something from completion, or sorry, from totality, not going and changing everything out in 1 year, because there is quite a bit of the equipment that's still usable.
Questions or comments with my mic on for a change? Seeing none, please continue.
Page 164 is the continuation of last year. Remembering that we had $100,000 impact to do the ice water equipment. Most of that equipment does have a 10-year shelf life or 10-year usability life, rather than trying to do that because bits and bobs do get banged up, stretched, wore out. Rather than doing the 100,000 every 10, we chose to put this more into 10 reoccurring every year. So this ask is just for $10,000 in replacement to continue on that program, and is reoccurring every year as an annual routine replacement program. And it is $10,000 direct from reserves from the tax levy.
Seeing none, please move on.
Page 166 is gas detection. So very similarly to the thermal imaging, I think we run somewhere in the vicinity of 25 to 30 gas detection units right now. Some of them are very simple units that are single gas COs that sit on our medical bags, sit in some of the frontline seats. Some of them are very complex and have 4 and 6 gas ability to detect. Those 4 and 6 gas ones are most important when we get into hazmat style calls, as well as that structure fires where we have to check for off gassing, ensure that we have safe space for the firefighters to do the deconning in. So this is a $10,000 ask to start replacing that on some more consistent basis based on those comments.
Questions? Seeing none,
Believe this is the last one. The last ask is for study. This would be a consultation style study for a $10,000 ask, 5 from efficiency, 5 from development, 5 from reserve. The ask is for us to support our portion of a study to be conducted on the heels of the county efficiency study that was conducted just pre-COVID. Also in response to a letter that was addressed to council by Minister Piccini to address the needs of Northumberland County specific to a training center. There have been some discussions at the county fire chief's table, albeit they've gone a little bit silent at the end of this year. I'm not sure whether this project will move forward. But I wanted to make sure that we were positioned if we got asked to partake in part of the 7, that we had a provision there. And how I come up with the money was a simple conversation with a couple of the consultants to say, based on the work that's already being done, they could come in and do one specific to training needs for Northumberland County, and particularly looking at doing something as a more centralized training regional training center for the 7 municipalities.
questions, comments? Seeing none. Question in relationship to the overall ask. What does it total up to? Where is the potential funding come from? And in particular, my question relates back to reserves. And in relationship to reserves, what kind of an impact does this have on the reserve balance?
Fire department, they're requesting for $469,000 capital. In terms of reserve funding, it's $389,750. In terms of DC funding, it's $79,250. If council approves all these projects, fire facility reserve will have a balance of $711 by the end of 2025. Fire vehicle and equipment reserve will have a deficit of $260,000 by the end of 2025. Fire facility reserve will have a balance of $711 by the end of 2025. And fire vehicle and equipment reserve will have a deficit of $260,000 by the end of 2025. And you can actually see it on page 64. where I've identified all the reserve and with the assumption that everything is going to be approved. Page 64.
And that assumption is everything's approved.
That's right.
Is the assumption also including a transfer in of mill rate dollars, taxpayer dollars, of how many dollars in 2025? So I'm asking about what the transfer into reserves would be.
So everything is included in here.
Okay, so how many dollars would we be transferring in of 2025 taxpayers' dollars?
$165,000 to fire vehicle and equipment reserve, because if you can recall, a few years back, fire department, they bought a tanker and they had to borrow money from general reserve. So they have to pay that back. This is the second last year for that payment. So for 2025, we are only going to be transferring $165,000 to that reserve, fire vehicle reserve.
And the other reserve, facilities reserve or anything like that?
Fire facility reserve, we will only be transferring $6,000.
Okay.
And during the the operating budget, remember I talked about the increase in contribution to reserve. Those two were actually listed there.
So just to make sure my scribbled notes, and I should have started higher up my page because I ran out of space. Transferring in 165,000 into fire vehicle reserve. If we make these purchases, which has quite a number of dollars coming out of fire vehicle reserve, at the end of 2025 will be 260 in the hole.
Deficit, that's correct.
Thank you. I mean, my knee-jerk thought is maybe we need to prioritize some of these asks. John's made a mention of the truck. We're going to get more information. It had 90,000 from reserve. So if I'm doing that math correct, our negative at the end of 2025 would be 150,000. No, 170,000 rather than 260. Okay, thank you.
To you, Mayor Jib, is there an ask or a wish from council for any sort of direction so that we can kind of come back on Monday with that, or just the ask from John for clarification?
Well, I certainly have my own opinion and like I say, just like the way we have to do things at home, I have to prioritize because there's not unlimited money. And I look at the PPE, for example. I go, I already done talking about that enough. It's a yes from me. Don't know about my fellow council members. I look at the boat. We've committed to it. We committed to the service. I'm done talking about that. It's a yes from me. And I can go down through that list. And the one I have on the opposite end, to be fair, is the one I've already mentioned, is the pickup truck. I don't like deficit financing in any category, including reserves in any municipality. And I don't think I need to verbalize that because each and every one of you in this room has heard me say that repeatedly. I'm going to go quiet again, people. For the rest of you, do you have any thoughts that we want to share with Mike?
So while you're collecting your thoughts, I'll share one more. I'm happy to work with Nosrat to look at moving those projections, because I don't think there's an ask that's on the table that anyone disagrees we need, but we can shift it. My concern is if we shifted a year, we shifted it 2 years, there's going to be a little bit more money, but we also have a reserve that our contributions to get us back in the black, regardless of the deficit. Just looking at the forecasting, we are increasing our contribution to reserve substantially. So if it is the wish of council to get, I'll say, in the black sooner, I'm happy to look with Nosrat and shift things a year or two to get to that position. But I think in the final pieces of the capital document, we're there in 2 years. We're there in 2 years with fire under the current forecast. But if there's a wish to get there sooner than 2 years, then I'm happy to work with Nusrat to look for that.
Thanks, Mike. Nusrat, you made a reference to payback to general reserves from fire. When does that cease?
2020, so in 2025, we need to transfer $135,000 to general reserve. And 2026, we have to transfer only 42,900 to the general reserve.
And that
then
would
it
be the
ends.
completion of that.
That's correct.
Then at the current rate, our contribution to reserves in 2027, when we got our payback all done, what would our contributions be approximately?
So in the forecast, I'm actually assuming that we're going to be increasing it significantly. We are going to be at $500,000. So give me 1 second. So in 2025, I have everything here.
I would have thought no less.
In 2025, we are transferring 300,000. Of that, 35,000 will be transferred to general reserve. So that leaves fire vehicle and equipment with $165,000. The year after, we're projecting to increase that transfer, $357,000 to fire vehicle reserve and $42,000 to the general reserve. And the year after, we are going to be increasing that to approximately $500,000. And if we don't, we will not have, the fire department will not be in surplus position.
Thank you. Thank you. Comments from the rest of you, please. Mark?
I'm a little mixed, have a little bit of mixed emotion on this one. I don't want to see us running running trucks out there that are rusted out, not going to start when we need them to start. Not looking the quality that we should look. 'Cause I mean, we do have some, we do have people that have expectations that when we send the equipment out, it's top-notch equipment, whether it be roads, fire, whatever. So I don't want to see us lose that, because once that's gone, you're gonna have to pay to get that back. And you've mentioned, Mike, that your trade-in values, they go down fast. So sometimes it's better to buy and keep up than it is to try and sell some piece of junk at the end that isn't worth anything. So I'm a little bit worried about that. So some of this other stuff, maybe you can hold off on. I don't know. That's up to you. You put the recommendations forward. I don't want to see us lose some of that either. I mean, I think that you've mentioned that the station itself, it needs a look. I think Larry's already mentioned that we're going to look at the arena, and it's a lot newer than your station by a landslide. So I don't want to see us lose some of that. Once we lose those, I just really worry that I don't want to see us go the other way. I've seen too many municipalities that are that way and are trying to fight to get to where we are. So I would hope that we don't lose that. I am, bring back the report with the truck and we'll see what we can do with it. If you think it'll last another year, I'll go by your recommendation. That's where I sit, or the mechanic's recommendation. I don't want to see us lose out on having a truck that's not going to run when we need it to run.
So I want to be clear on the truck ask. I share the value and vision of council, and I don't think that any one of us want to drive our vehicles till like they're on their last legs and they're being in the shop for all the reasons that we've stated. If you ask me honestly, can I get another year out of that pickup truck? My answer is absolutely yes. And it's probably going to look a lot the same and be all there. I'm also looking at the capital forecast and where things fit and the needs that are there and the plan that we started 8 and 10 years ago. And that was recycling, I'll call them the chief trucks, and putting them back into the administrative. And as Mayor Jib already alluded to, the man haulers or the people haulers or the personnel haulers that we built as part of this program 8 to 10 years ago. I think what I would do better at is if there is a particular number of council, and I appreciate the right to come back with the recommendations on a priority, what I would look to council and ask, is there a number that you have in your mind that you'd be more comfortable with so that I could work with Nuzrat to achieve that number?
Do we have that number? Are we, I mean, I've verbalized more than the rest of you about the concern of deficit financing of 260,000 in a reserve. And it probably won't be the last time I'll say something to that regard today or first of the week. Am I the only person that feels that way? John, Larry, please.
I look at it this way. I like separate the truck out and do your report on that, but the rest of the equipment, I look at it this way. It's a necessity. I know what it's like to work without proper equipment. Today, in today's society, we have to have the utmost safety for our firefighters and the citizens of Hamilton Township. And this business enhancement requests are essential to do the proper business. And that's where I stand on that issue, but I'll make a decision when the truck comes back with the report, and I'll make another decision on that. But other than that, I'm fully for these business enhancement requests.
I'll respond to that and say, well said, John. Larry?
I've heard it said so many times that we don't get grants because we got too much money. Well, that's what you said. I kind of agree with Mark. I mean, what's it gonna do is, we're gonna either say, don't do the truck, or come back and show us pictures of the truck. What's the difference? Mike's gonna want an answer here. I mean, what's the difference? The decision on the truck, is we're gonna get it or we're not gonna get it. So we're not gonna get it, let's say, don't spend the time to go and figure it out.
So I appreciate the lead in, and if you said to me right now, knock 90,000 out of the capital budget, I'm going to say I'll push the truck a year.
That's all good.
I share the thoughts. If that's the wish of council, then I appreciate the comment, Larry. It'll be back in there next year.
Yeah.
Don't kid yourself. There's other asks that I probably would have put in this budget if we weren't in the tax year that we had. A number of the loose tool items that are there are because we didn't have provisions under an asset management plan. So I hit them very aggressively this year. So I can slide the pendulum, and that's why if this is a comfort for you as council, I'm happy we can knock the 90,000 right out of there if that's the number that's the ask. And that puts you at 170. If that makes you feel more comfortable, if you want another 100,000 out of there, then I got to go back and do a little head scratching, but I can probably prioritize that. But it is going to shift. There's not, as we all agree, there's not an ask there that's not going to come back next year. So
Each and every one of those asks are very reasonable. John stated quite nicely, as I said a minute ago, about those other components. I don't want to reduce any of those. I don't want to change any of those. And yet at the same time, if we do take that truck out of 90,000, I'm hearing we can survive. It is a people mover. It's not a frontline vehicle that's going to keep our firefighters away from a fire. It's more of a service vehicle in my mind. It probably left Baldwin today and went to Harwood and Bewdley and back again tomorrow. If it went down, it would be an inconvenience. It wouldn't be a disaster. I will state openly, Mike, I would ask you to look at removing it from the process, knowing full well that each year that we keep it, we're at a little more risk of not having its convenience. Knowing full well that it's going to get bounced to a subsequent year. But as we move forward past the end of 2025, our deficit in our reserve is a lot more potentially positive than it is today.
So may I say something? This is just my opinion. if council decides to remove this from the budget, it should be because council doesn't think that we need this. Not because of the funding side of it, because if you remove it from the budget in 2025, yes, your deficit, projected deficit for 2025 will be in better shape by $90,000. But then if you move it to 2026, what we are projecting for deficit, it will be higher in 20. So that the deficit amount will be the same, either be it on 25 or 26. And it's just my opinion, if council wants to remove it from the budget, it should be because council doesn't think that we need it, not because of funding, because funding wise, it's the same.
But if we remove it from 2025 to 2026 for consideration, what's going to be our negative reserve dollars at the end of 2026? Next to nothing.
No, it's going to be $347,000 deficit.
Why? Because we're putting more money
We're
in.
just putting it away from, you're removing it from 2025 and you're adding it to 2026.
But we're at some point in time, we're at $0 in our deficit.
Yeah, you are going to be in a surplus position in 2027, assuming that council will approve to increase contribution to the reserve on a yearly basis. You are going to be in a surplus of $1,100 in 2027. Again, with the assumption, based on that capital forecast, with the assumption that you are going to increase the contribution significantly in the next few years for fire vehicle and equipment.
Are we assuming that with that $1,100 number you're using, does that assume that we get to buy this $90,000 truck in 2026?
Either 25 or 26, the amount will be the same in 2027.
And don't forget, the OPP budget's not gonna come in like it is right now.
Well, again, I can state what I have already stated many times, many meetings before this one. I hate deficit financing.
Yeah.
So what would you, as 4 other council members, like to verbalize, and how do we want to move forward with this? Do we want to report? We kind of asked for that already.
I think under Nezareth's guidance, and she's given us great figures and great guidance here, as far as I'm concerned, I believe she is correct. And I'll retract my statement on that $90,000 vehicle to be, sorry, the old truck to be taken in and mechanically added and bring back a report. If we're gonna do this, no difference, like she said, whether it's 26 or 27 or 25, I should just purchase it, be done with it.
Any other comments? Bruce?
Yes. So if we sell it in Gobsdale, the fund that we are going to receive actually will be transferred to fire vehicle and equipment reserve. Keep in mind, I don't know how much we're going to get, so I did not include it in the forecast, but the fund will actually be transferred back to fire vehicle and equipment reserve.
That's cool.
Do we want a motion at this point in time, or do we just want to move forward?
I just need direction if I'm coming back with a report Monday.
Sounds like no report, Mike.
Thank you.
We will now move to roads budget. I will request Lucas Kelly to join me. Roads facility, they're requesting for $825,000. Fleet, they're requesting $470,000. And for roads project, they're requesting $2.1 million. I'll pass it to Lucas now.
Nezareth, help me. What page should I be on?
Page 142, please. So it's going to be page 142 and 143.
Okay, thanks, Nazrat. So in this budget, the roads department did break it down. I'll call it into subcategories. The first page, the first chart is page 142, talks about the Public Works Garage addition. There is a budget enhancement sheet that starts on page 171. So this garage addition is to support our existing fleet and also to support growth. I have made comments in the project justification. As you are aware, this has been kind of discussed in the past. But like I say, parking vehicles inside, there is obviously a number of benefits. Some of it is to protect from sunlight and the heat, prevents UV damage, the radiation from the sun on plastics, rubber, the hydraulic lines, preserves battery life because they are out of the sun and heat, and also reduce maintenance costs. So there is the product justification. The ask is 120 feet by 60 feet. So either would be, I don't have a detailed design, obviously, but the intentions are each bay would be approximately 20 feet wide and then 6 garage doors. So we would be funding 50% from roads facility reserve and 50% from DC's building this for future growth. So the intentions would be to use 3 existing bays now for existing fleet, and then 3 would be there for future growth if we do add or improve or into our equipment. So I am happy to answer questions at this time before I get too far into this lengthy table.
Questions? Mark?
What is going to be housed in, what have you got to be housed
So-
in this building?
Currently, right now, excavator or sit outside, the grader sits outside, and the float trailer sits outside. So that would be the intentions of this, to park the heavier equipment in this in the garage addition, and also possibly move some of the dump trucks that are in the mechanic side, I will call it, over to this new addition. So this will allow for vehicles to kind of sit in the mechanics repair bays, especially if there's something that's tore apart overnight in the winter time. If it gets into a 2 or 3 day repair, then these vehicles are sitting outside in the weather, hydraulic lines, and could be a delay in getting out there for winter activities.
So just, if you don't mind, Lucas, again, you've got the excavator, the float trailer, possibly a dump truck, and what else?
So the 2 excavators,
The rest
grader,
on the grader.
spare dump truck. Right now we have our forestry and grass machine kind of snuck into the other garage right now. It is a little tight, but that would be the vision, to use up say 50 or 60% of the square footage now, and then build this for possible growth related.
The rest is growth related.
Yeah. And not saying that we are going to have stuff in there. Like right now, if you, in the winter time, you'll see 2 pickup trucks that are jammed into 1 bay right now. So it is a little tight. We will probably move some equipment around, but I'm not saying that we build this thing and we still will have square footage for possible for the future.
So could the pickup trucks not go in this building and make this building somewhat smaller because of that, and use your other building for your bigger stuff?
We could, yeah. I mean, right now, like I say, pickup trucks in the summertime do stay out just because of the weather. But in the wintertime, we load the equipment or the pickup trucks with sand, salt material. They are kind of packed in fairly tightly at 4 a.m. in the garage right now. But this would allow for some of these vehicles to be moved over there and to be a little bit more room in our existing bays.
Well, if I may, would that allow this new building to be made smaller then? I mean, this is quite a building. I mean, it's a.
So our
120 by
existing bay, I measured it here. I'll call it the existing cold storage, which everyone's familiar with. It's 80 feet by 52.
Mhm.
So yeah, so it is bigger. But that is why we are able to build for the future and allow for some development in DC being funded. It is a fairly big building. Is there ways, like I say, our cold storage is 52 feet. the consideration is 60 feet to allow for shelving, scaffolding in the back and still have stuff stacked up and allow the plows and wings and one-way plows still attached. But like I say, I haven't got into specific review of the property even, so we may have to reduce it to 100 by 55, but it is a topic for discussion.
Anything further, Mark? John?
Thanks, Lucas, for your input on this, but I'm kind of a visual guy where I'd like to see documentation, and I know that under your dump truck request, you've got a lot, good description, you've got pictures, you've got everything here, but for your, as you reiterated to, for your public works garage, you have nothing. You don't have any drawings, you have nothing except a verbal request. And I agree with what Councillor Lovshin's saying. If you could make it smaller, I think would be more practical for your smaller vehicles to be in, and other objects that are in the garage is now utilizing space. Therefore, it makes more reasonable grounds for the dump trucks to fit in the garage where they should be, nice and warm and cozy. Other than that, the other equipment can sit out in an unheated garage and just be there. They're not being utilized on a regular basis. So that's where I come from. But I'm trying to visually get this picture, but I'm not quite getting it. Where's the garage going to be situated?
So my intentions are, would be in the southeast corner where all the other equipment plows are lined up. So it'd be the far back corner by the retaining wall. So the cold storage is in that one alignment. I don't know if we can attach to it just because of some underground utilities, but it would be in that same alignment back in that corner.
Thank you.
Larry, questions? Bruce, questions? Lucas, I have questions you could have imagined. Float trailer. Well, how many times is it used in the wintertime? Minimal?
I'll say minimal, yep.
Okay. Grader, when was the last time it was inside? Other than repairs,
It's stored outside.
okay? You presently have 3 bays housing 4 pickup trucks and the ambulance.
So we have 4 bays that house 2 1-tons, a ambulance, the brusher or forestry machine, the bucket truck, and the loader sometimes can sneak in there, but it is tight.
Okay, you have 2 1-tons, 4 pickup trucks, and an ambulance of a smaller vehicle size. Would you agree?
Yes.
And they'd all fit through a 10-foot door that's 10 feet high in a 12-foot high building.
Yes, but
That's probably 32 foot deep.
this garage is to also remove the tandem axle snowplows and dump trucks that are over in Craig. Oh, I don't like to use names, in the mechanic side. So if there's injectors or some major repairs that are needed, those vehicles could stay in that repair shop. So the plan would be to have designated bays to be repaired in.
Okay.
And that's why the depth is there. So, because like I said, right now, if we are working on an excavator or the grader in the wintertime, those trucks that are parked over there in nighttime, just because of stay warm, if we get called out at 3 in the morning, those vehicles are parked outside in the weather.
How many big bay doors do we have? 16 feet wide. 14, by the way, is the answer to that.
I was gonna say, there's quite a few, there's wash bays and if you already know the answer, I don't need to ask.
I needed it for the record of the group and the audio. Obviously, a history here will tell me how many bays that is. And I could maybe even tell you who built and when built and what the issues were, but I don't need to go to there. There's 14 big bays that will take snowplows. There's an opportunity to build a smaller building and have smaller doors, less head height, at a much reduced cost of $825,000. And it could house our pickup trucks, our ambulance, and our smaller pieces of equipment. Because what we have right now is we have 3 big bay doors housing 4 pickup trucks, and they all happen to go through a 7-foot high door. And they all would happen to go through a 9-foot wide door. Not that I would suggest those numbers, but they do physically. The ambulance, same thing. We go through a 9-foot wide door, 7 feet high. Again, I'm not suggesting that. But if we were to downsize that building and get those smaller vehicles into a more concise, consolidated space, we would be using less dollars, accomplishing freeing up 3 bays so that our 60 by 100 being our potential second building doesn't need to be 60 by 100. We could very well put it on as an addition. Maybe put 2 bays on the big cold storage, but also look at putting on 4 bays on a 32 by 60 or a 40 by 80 in another location on the site. Have you given that any thought, or more appropriately, could I ask you to give that some thought?
I'll give it more thought for Monday. My knee-jerk reaction is if we're moving stuff, and I think we all are familiar with our existing garage, we'll call it cold storage. It is cold storage, and it is large in size that could house dump trucks, but there is no heat over there. This possible pricing or request did have a provisional for heat. So if we were going to move some smaller vehicles, build a smaller garage in order to move some of the smaller stuff out of the bigger garage, that would have to be also looked at. So when we pull these dump trucks that are need to be ready for winter operations, they'd be parked over in the, I call it cold storage, but maybe have a provision to insulate that and have it so those larger vehicles can be parked there. But that would have to be looked at, and I can bring back some options and some sketches back maybe by Monday, or I'll try my best.
That if we were to free up the bay closest to the office on the original building built in the 70s, we could have an additional warm space there with those 2 pickup trucks going to a smaller building. Anyway, that would be my request. I don't know whether my fellow council members support that train of thought or not. I'm getting a lot of up and down head shakes on this one. So yeah, if you could look at that, and again, if you could expand the first of the week on the 60 by 120, what the $825,000 includes. You've shared with us size only. I'm assuming stud wall, concrete floor, concrete perimeter wall, 16 feet high, 16-foot wide doors, but I don't know that yet in your verbalization. So if you could expand on that for us, that would be great. Yeah. Heat source. Yes, all of those components of, and is that all inclusive in this 825? Oh, I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. Anyway, I leave that with you as a request, and I'm suggesting that my fellow council members are in agreement. So be it. I get a so be it. So.
Let me just say one thing, which is we have, and I think we all share the goal of trying to get our equipment out of the office. And so this has to be one that can serve purposes for public works, allow for that to occur, be affordable, but also allow some planning for the future, which is why we're using both funds. So we'll bring something back, which is very, how we can see that in some options. And with some of the side thoughts that pretty forward.
I think we all share, I mean, we all are rural related people, some with quite a number of pieces of our own machinery at home. And I think we all certainly share that desire to have things inside and protected. Lucas did a nice job of presenting the components of not only the winter elements, but the summer elements of deterioration of hoses and solar impacts. I think we're all there. We're all in agreement with that part of it. Interestingly enough, this 825,000 is split half and half, development charges and road facilities reserve. If I were to go back to page 64 and I take out $412,500, I get a deficit financing in reserves of 242,000.
That's correct.
I have a problem. I may not be the only one in the room, but I'm certainly willing to voice it. I have a problem of building for the future by devastating our dollars that we don't have today. Building for the future can be built in the future without me having to go into negative financing there. That's my comment. Again, I'll go quiet, at least for a while. I think I also got louder and used more tone in that conclusion. That wasn't intentional, but it probably worked for me. Lucas Nezrat, please move on.
So the next one, what page is it? The budget enhancement sheet starts on page 173. It is to replace an existing snowplow dump truck. The existing one is 2006. It is truck 2045. I will not get into the justification. There's a bunch of things in there about recent repairs. Future repairs, if not replaced, will consist of a number of them. Being said that, I mean, we will still have to maintain this vehicle because it is used. It is a spare truck, and I can get into details on how we would move and juggle some stuff around. But with this, if this is approved, by the time we receive this dump truck, it's 2 to 3 years away. As you can tell in our long-term plan and our forecast, this has been identified in the request there. I do understand it is a very large amount of money, but we do want to continue to maintain our existing fleet. I think everyone does, we do get we do get comments regarding our fleet and the state of it compared to other municipalities. So that's one thing, like I said, I do think we want to be proactive and continue with our current fleet replacement. There is pictures there. I'm definitely here to answer any questions. And if anybody wants the details on how these trucks would kind of be moved around and what would become the spare, I'm more than happy to kind of get into those details.
Questions, John?
Yeah, just a comment, Lucas. You and I had just a little discussion here earlier. I understand that it's a spare vehicle. It was utilized as a spare vehicle. But during your fleet analysis, why was this truck still left in there from 2006? And all of a sudden, it was long overdue and it should have been done. It should have been gone 5 years ago.
When we do conditional analysis and reviewing the maintenance records, we got rid of a truck that was a year or two newer, just because it was even worse than this one. This is a 2006. A lot of these components are still mechanical, so we didn't get into electronics. And being a truck 45, it is dedicated to a snowplow route in the wintertime, but in the summertime, for the past many years, it was the water truck. So it had less kilometers on it. So compared to other trucks that were driven for ditching, road construction, this vehicle did not have as many kilometers, hours on it. So the intentions would be to replace this vehicle, and then a new vehicle would then go over into truck 54. I'm not sure if anybody's familiar with that. That'd be the northeast corner. And then 54 would then be the spare truck. And looking at our forecast, I mean, there is time. I think I don't have it in front of me, but I want to say there's 3 or 4 years now where there's no major request for dump trucks.
Go ahead, John, you got a follow-up?
So it basically takes your fleet replacement schedule and throws it out the window.
Well, no, the
When
fleet
it comes
replace.
down to it, basically the bottom line is that's how I look at it, because I'm not arguing, it's just the fact that just when I look at this, I go, it's long overdue, has been long overdue. It's a good spare truck. but according to your replacement schedule, it shouldn't have gone a long time ago. That's all I'm saying, just that fact, but now we're playing catch up. Again, because now you gotta take another vehicle out there, place it where it should be, and then you're gonna have to catch up with the rest of them. If you say 3 or 4 years down the road, but then that 3 or 4 years, we're gonna have to save a lot of money in that equipment vehicle budget item, and then say, okay, now we're gonna have to replace one in 26, maybe 27, 28, 29, and we're going, oh geez, now we're really behind the eight ball.
So it's been in the plan. It's been there for a few years now, 2 or 3 years, that this truck was going to be replaced. So I'm not sure.
Last year before.
Should have been there. Yeah. So anyway, like it is identified as a spare, and in the past, we would not necessarily replace the spare trucks. We would replace the second oldest, and then we would shift everything back. So like I said, it is something, it is an older vehicle. It is, it's an okay shape, but we do have to be proactive and continue with our fleet maintenance and replacement.
Any other questions? Mark?
Quick ones, Lucas. Dollar value, is it really 425,000 now for a dump truck?
I'm hoping that covers it. And I'll leave it at that.
Really? They've gone up that much. Could be more. So if you buy it today and you're not gonna get it for 2 years, is that price guaranteed?
So we've had these little hiccups in the
Yeah.
past where I came to tender, or not tender, when I came to council about increased cost during COVID. We have kind of revised our tender a little bit to incorporate that penalty or that clause. The contractor or the local dealership did kind of, he took 50%, we took 50%. So typically when we issue a purchase order or buy a truck today, that locks a price in. And there is some additional language in our tender document that will support that. But we all know that in our past experiences, and we bought a few trucks now since I've been here, we always only get one bidder. So it's not very competitive. So hopefully there has been other talks about other municipalities buying them, and they're closer to 450, but I didn't get into the specifications of them. 2019, we purchased one for 236,000.
That's why I asked the four.
Yeah.
And 2 years delivery still,
Still 2, maybe even 3.
3 years.
A little over 2.
Any follow-up questions? Lucas, I got one. Oh, Bruce, sorry.
Either internet. Well, I shouldn't say it. We typically receive international, and I feel like they come out of Mexico. Yeah. So because the last truck we did, I don't want to get into details, but it was the lead truck, and when we finally got it, there was about 3,500 kilometers on it. So it was one of the trucks that were driving, and they were ponied up. And a lot of people request those ones because they get the little hiccups out of them when they come across the border. So.
Crazy.
Lucas, the pictures and the information you shared with us, it was on truck 45,
Correct.
which is the spare truck sitting outside tonight.
Yes.
Okay, it's more valuable to me to actually think through and understand the condition of truck 54, which is the one that's going to get actually replaced in that day-to-day usage. What kind of condition is 54 in? And I think I've got the right number with that.
54 is having some hiccups on its own. I believe it's a 2014. The township bought 2 trucks in the identical year. I think it was 2014 that we got 2 of them. So as in the next 3 to 4 years, we're trying to separate them out so we don't have a huge impact, but 54 has some hiccups with it. We are working through some transmission issues. So 54 would be a spare. This truck that would be that route. But like I say, it still takes some time. So we still have to maintain and make sure these trucks are in the state of readiness. But 54 is okay, but there is a couple things were fighting through it, the transmission and, yeah.
Lucas, I appreciate that the 45 is, in my mind, a sideline truck already from day-to-day usage. It's on its way out the door. The description and the pictures on it aren't terribly valuable to me from where I look at things. More importantly, 54 and the condition and the items you've just shared and anything else that you might share or be able to share with us on 54 would be of value. As soon as I say that, to be quite honest with you, I've already made my mind up on this truck. And it's based on the component that is going to take 24 or 30 or maybe even a ridiculous 36 months to get this truck. And what I'm sitting here thinking is, what condition is 54 going to be in 24 months, in 30 months? And what risk factor can I afford to be down on a snowplow? And that's why I kind of already made my mind up on this. But it would be interesting to know those components of 54 if you had a chance.
I will definitely bring stuff to you, because yeah, there is a few components on 54 that are acting up. I mean, if I could get 2 of these trucks ordered in this year, that'd be great.
I don't believe I said that.
But I don't know if you allow $1 million, so. Yeah. Okay, so the next one, is still portable lifts for, our mechanic area. I believe that's in order. Just getting to it. It starts on page 178. We did purchase 4 of these Bluetooth wireless lifting devices, I want to say in 2017. We are using them a couple times a week. They are a great asset to have. With some of these dump trucks being lift 4, 5 feet in the air, being tandem axle. When you put all the strain and weight on the back axle, those front axles are kind of just, I'll say they're hanging there. We have been chaining them up to the frame so it doesn't have so much structural, I guess some structural strain on any other components, but this is an asked so for 2 additional portable column lifts. So when we lift these vehicles up in the air, it lifts on all of the design, all the tires.
Any questions? And as we spoke in coordinators, 45 is the real dollar value considering.
Yeah, they are. We got some quotes on them already.
Again, any questions on this component moving forward?
So the next one gets into our road reconstruction program. I broke it down into a number of different components. So the first table is our road reconstruction double surface treatment. So within that is Fisher Road, Edgar Benson, Hill 60 and McAllister. So those would be all, some of them are already gravel. That's why we can use some of the DC money toward it, but we would be proposing to do those. Does council want me to go through every single road or any questions reviewing this table?
I don't, and we may have questions, but I don't know it's necessary to go through every single road. But I do need clarity what you just said. Some of these roads are gravel, so we can use development charges.
To improve the surface to surface treatment. So from gravel, because we're improving the top or the surface layer, that's why we can use development based on growth. Like Hill 60 had new houses on it, for example. We can use some of that funding to improve the surface.
Is the new house component a necessary component to qualify your statement?
No. It's
Okay,
we're
so
improving the surface.
So can a gravel road be improved to asphalt and use development charges?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. John, you got a question?
Yes, your single treatment and double treatment roads. You have a life expectancy on your single surface road
So
versus double treatment?
through roads need study, A lot of it, and through asset management, a lot of it talks about maintaining existing road networks. So part of the single lift surface treatment, you'll see a lot of these roads won't be pulverizing. We won't be doing any of that, just a single street sweeping and putting another layer over top of it. So typically, if you look at, I don't have it right now, but roads, a single lift or surface treatment should be resealed every 5 to 7 years. And then double surface treatment, they say that a life expectancy for a double is 10 years. So you'll see in our list, we're doing a lot of overlays, trying to get away from causing dust and noise from all that. So that is what we're proposing.
Any other questions on the roads on page 181? There, sorry.
Okay, Lucas, what's the reason why we're going to switch or upgrade Lime Kiln Road? From single treatment to hot mix asphalt? 'Cause right now, there's only what, 5 or 6 houses on that property, on that road?
So Lime Kill Trail is off County Road 45. It is a dead end road. I think it's maybe 200 meters long. When we did propose this last year in the budget for surface treatment, with surface treatment application, you need traffic for compaction, to move those stones and bind into the tar. There was a concern for safety as the county surface treatment crew, and I don't know if anybody's seen it. It's quite a lengthy process by the time you get traffic control. And looking at it, with surface treatment and the hill and the topography, you might get 5 or 7 years and we'll be back there again. So the request is if we pave it, it's going to be good for 25 years. And then we'll be fairly good shape.
Great, thank you.
John, we're kind of on page,
Yeah, I understand that.
but we bounced ahead some. Where are you with your question?
Follow up to what they're-
Okay, we'll stay there.
I'm quite familiar with Lime Kiln Road, years and years ago. And I understand that there's the ditching that comes down off that road. There is hardly any ditching whatsoever. And it comes down the hill towards 45. There's no ditching there whatsoever. So everything washes from the inside hills down in the center of the road and makes it, of course, it's like a skating rink in the wintertime, going down through there to the 45. Is there any, how are you going to reconstruct that? So therefore either ditching and et cetera out to the 75, and is the county been involved in this at all?
We'll be speaking to the county, but the intention, because of the topography and landscape, there won't be ditches there. We'll probably put asphalt swales in to capture the water, build the center line of the road up, and put asphalt gutters on both sides of the road and steer it to the cross culvert that's under the Lime Kiln Trail at the stop sign. So we keep all the water on the surface, because by the time we went into if we were into excavating ditches, we're going to be into properties and trying to restore it back. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. No, relatively the same, yeah.
Okay, any other questions on page 181, 82, or 83? Seeing none, Lucas, what else we got here?
The next one, would be, stormwater component of it. Oh, are we?
You want to go back to page 184? Okay, 184 question for you, Lucas.
Bill Lang Road 50-50 split. I have reservations about that. I have concerns, put it that way, and reservations. In fact, I have concerns over the fact that if we start having citizens pay for 50% of the road and we do the other 50% of the road, we're not getting into liability issues here if something happens to the road or it's not constructed properly and they're upset, so therefore they don't, they didn't spend their money right, or we get into every different aspect that you think of. And I don't really like that situation we get put ourselves into, because you have other roads in this municipality that were unmaintained roads at one time. Houses are built on there, then we turn them into roads. Is this going to all of a sudden, it's like a snowball where people say, well, I want my road done and I'm not going to pay 50%, I'm going to pay 20%, but you did it for somebody else, you can do it for me. This is where I kind of get a little wishy-washy with it. So if you can kind of enlighten me on that.
So I won't get into the liability insurance. This was, discussed, I would say about a year ago, about this process. We would definitely have to enter into an agreement to make sure that the funds, I did recently speak to the gentleman and he does support the cost and all that. It does, or it will save in the long range forecast, it will save the township some money for operating expenses, right? Grading, patching, adding gravel. And if residents do feel to improve their road and they're willing to pay for it, I think it's a way to improve our road network. I don't know how the finance and that component of it works, but I do think it's a win for the township because now we're improving our assets at a 50% cost. So,
We'll focus on liability issue.
Good. I mean, maybe this isn't a question for you, Lucas, but I'm assuming that the agreement could have or would have a clause in it dealing with liability.
and we could, right? I mean, we haven't got into specifics on that agreement yet. But we could definitely put some asterisks or clauses in there. About that, and about still, like, we will still maintain it, right? It's still a public road. But we definitely could add something like that.
Are there any of these other roads listed on 81, 82, or 83 that anybody'd like to pay half for? We'd probably consider it as well. Mark,
I just wanted to speak on Bill Lang Road. It's not new. We have done this once before on Apple Orchard Road. And it was a simple agreement at that time, and it was 50-50, I believe. And that's the only thing I don't 100% remember is the split, but I'm almost there with a 50-50. And when we did that road, what we did, and I remember some of the details, was we gave them a cost, and whatever that cost was, they came back, they paid it, and then it was our road. We upgraded it, we paved it, it became our road after that. So then the liability issue disappears because it's back to our road. They just paid a portion of having it upgraded.
well, it was our road before, but at a different maintenance level.
It was a gravel road, it's a dead end road, same type of thing, but of course, they wanted to upgrade it because they had the berries and so forth, and they knew they were gonna have a lot more traffic on that road. And they knew that it was a dead end road and chances are the municipality weren't gonna upgrade it. And the only way we could do it was, we thought was fair, was offering 50-50, and that's how it went through at that time.
And I believe we answered the concerns earlier today about it being a road allowance in a road and it had been historic since probably 1860 and that type of stuff. So those concerns have been alleviated, I'm sure.
If I may, we did upgrade a gravel road to a hard surface road in both locations. We didn't make a road better any other way. So that's what we've done. And both homeowners at that time have asked, how do I do this? And everybody else has a hard surface road in front of their home. What does it take to get it done? And when we did Apple Orchard Road, it was a 50-50 split.
And I'm sure this road standard will be to a minimum township standard, or else the consideration will be null and void. We will.
It's gonna be in the same process of any other road reconstruction we do. We would just add it into our hot mix paving project.
Okay. Any follow-up, Bruce? Well, I'll let Lucas answer that, of course, but I mean, my knee-jerk thought is if it isn't to the advantage of the municipality, we could very well have a different answer. In this particular case, we've heard Lucas say it will reduce time, energy, equipment, costs, and maintenance. And that puts it in a category that it's beneficial to the municipality. It may not be always the case in the future if we have these asks. Lucas?
No, and I support that, right? Like, I didn't bring in numbers, but by the time we send down a grader down there, do graveling, fix the washboards that are at the intersection, dust suppressant, annual expenses, yes, it's not a lot, but over a 25 years, there would be that cost savings back to the township. So if there is ways that we can improve the roads at a 50% expense, then I'm happy to do that.
And
I
further
know-
question,
I know
John?
Excuse me, I know where Mark's coming from and I understand where he's going. Where he came from, but that was years ago and times have changed. And I still go by this liability issue, but we have to have some kind of clause in there to say that we're not going to be held liable if his side of the road falls off. I don't care what happens to it, but we have to cover ourselves here, liability reason. As far as I'm concerned, we have to. In today's society, things have changed.
I think we're all in agreement with that. We're gonna leave that with staff to work through.
25.75, they pay 75.
Don't think that's on the table. Okay, moving on.
The next one is,
On the time.
Motion.
Just to interrupt everybody. We need a motion to extend their time. We need a motion to extend their time past 4 o'clock, guys. Moved by Larry, seconded by Mark. There we. That shall be noted. Do we have a specified time that we identify? 1 hour, for 1 hour? Okay, it's been moved by Larry, seconded by Mark. Do we extend our opportunity council meeting wise till 5 o'clock? All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Lucas, please.
so the next component of the roads capital budget is stormwater. There's 2 components within this stormwater request. One component is page 187 is the budget enhancement sheet. Is the Ravine Drive stormwater pond, through our review of doing the stormwater study of the area. It is identified that there needs to be some maintenance in that area. I put a number there. I am not sure if that's enough, way too much. I've never had any experience doing a storm pond cleanout. But we will be doing an investigation, reviewing it, and then coming up with some sort of scope of work to make sure it is being utilized as it was designed for. And then the second component of it is for Bamsey Drive for surface water review and possibly some solutions. We have received a number of calls on Bamsey Drive. That is one of the roads that run parallel with Rice Lake. Water to the south comes from private property, runs across our road allowance through multiple different cross culverts and then back to private property. So we're having some calls about whose water is it, how do we mitigate it? So that would be the second component of the stormwater request. So the stormwater management pond is $153,000. And the review of Bamsey Drive and the surface water drainage area would be a $50,000 request.
Questions or comments? Lucas, for the record, where is Ravine Drive?
It would be south of the fire hall.
And that's within a subdivision?
Yes, it is.
And has the subdivision agreement been reviewed to consider who might be responsible for the ongoing maintenance of this pond? And if not, can it be?
I will look into that. It's been assumed many years ago. I would have to get back to, I would, by all the review I have through the Baltimore drainage or stormwater review, that comment has never been asked. So I would say 99% it is our pond, but I can definitely look into it.
I'm not suggesting it's even identified in the subdivision agreement, but it'd be nice if it was. And there was a reference to ongoing maintenance. Any optimism there would be great to hear. Thank you, Lucas. Any other questions on stormwater? Mark?
Where's this bill have to go? Do we know yet, Lucas? Is that still something the ministry has to look after?
We have to look into it because obviously it is water from our ditches, typically under the guidelines of the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. They're going to deem it as contaminant and it will have to be hauled to a treating facility, and our closest treating facility is Bowmanville. One dump truck load we took up there for one of our road reconstruction projects, I believe it was almost $5,000 for one load of material. So there is ministry through that excess soils regulation, there is ongoing concerns from local municipalities about the cost that the province is trying to legislate and put the onus back to the municipalities. They are talking about if there's opportunity that property that the township owns, could we reuse it in areas like Baltimore Pit, Nagel Road? So there is still some, and that's why the number is kind of there that, like I said, until we get into the detailed review of this pond and soils analysis, I'll have much more information to.
Okay, thank you. Anything further on this? Please, Lucas?
The next one is a bridge and culvert reserve. So we have request to transfer over $250,000 into a reserve for any bridges and structures that are in need of replacement in the future. And then the other one will be to begin a study and review of the Sackville Bridge replacement, repair, removal. So that is a $50,000 request to understand what we could do to replace it, remove it, but that would be there would be public engagement on that as well.
Public engagement and consultant.
Yes.
Lucas, have we not had this done over the year, like a number of years ago? Cause I was.
I'm looking at some of that information. It will be background information. We did review some of the information. I think it was in my one report about the load reductions for the Sackville Bridge, that through the ministry's archives, they thought that this structure was already replaced back in the 70s. So it's
1870.
so it's reached its life. So I know there has been studies.
I mean, the township itself did a study a number of years. I think Paul Heffernan was here at the time.
Yeah, so that I will have to reopen that. That will be great information. Obviously, with population changes, we'll have to have a public meeting to see what does the public
I'm
support.
just trying to save the consultant.
Well, I think we still need to have
'Cause
that.
There was options, like take the bridge out
Correct.
and or put in culverts, that kind of thing. So it was a number.
So the design that was approved back in the day in the 70s was twinning two culverts. I don't get into the whole heritage side of it, but there will be at least to revisit this plan, bring it back to the table because it is in need of replacement in about 1 to 3 years during our review. So we're just trying to get a plan forward.
Well, thanks, John.
Can I have a copy of that?
Moving on, Lucas.
The next one is just roads miscellaneous. It's the first one that I have is our guardrail plan. Every year we put 55,000 in capital to either improve our guide rail that's throughout the municipality, from wooden posts and cable to steel beam. So that is just not really a new ask, but it's just an ongoing request. And the other one is Wallace Jib retaining wall. It is approximately 200 meters east of County Road 18 or Burnham Street. When we redid that road this year with Tire and Chip, the resident came out and approached us, looking at this retaining wall, getting some history that staff themselves built it back in the day with some old hydro poles and old steel beam. So it is in need of replacement. So we are proposing to do a kind of like a design build, remove it and replace it with some sort of gabion stone, armor stone, or something of that nature. And I did think about if we can remove it and just do some landscaping and grading it, but with the topography there's hydro involved. It almost needs to be rebuilt.
John, you had a question?
Going back to your guardrail program, Lucas, you say the program's there at $55,000. That figure hasn't really changed over the years. You have a private contractor to do the replacement of guardrails, or we do, is it, we've done it?
We do it, it's a contractor, a third party contractor comes in.
So do you have a program in place to say which ones you're gonna be doing this year or next year? or-
We leave it, depending on when the roads get reconstructed for 2025, we'll review it at that time to determine if there's locations that need guide rail. And then from there, we review from our condition analysis of existing cable and posts, then we replace those with steel beam. So I don't have a long-term plan, but we have it kind of, we don't have a schedule that's on paper, but that is our kind of our past practice.
Where I'm coming from, I think if you included that in your roads need study, you come up with it, let's say in the road next year, 2026, you can include the guardrail aspect of it as well. So therefore we know that it's gonna either take 55 or 60,000 instead of kind of guess at it.
So we
Length and width,
we could add it into our roads capital program as well, instead of being whatever, we could put it over there, but this way it kind of gives us that little bit of flexibility if we have some areas of that are within our roads that we're doing.
That it, Lucas?
I can still go. I don't know who's next, but I can speak for them.
Well, it's a tractor we tried to get you the lawnmower earlier with.
That email already goes out, so I'll see what I can get back to you.
Thank you, Lucas. I'm actually going to request Trevor Clapperton to come and talk about the capital request for parks and facilities. They are requesting approximately $75,000 worth of projects.
Thank you, Nazareth. Go fast. The first one up we spoke briefly about is the compact tractor loader that's located at Baltimore and is used for dragging ball diamonds, cutting grass, and various other landscaping jobs. We spent $5,000 on it this year to fix some hydraulic repairs. And when they got into that, we found out it needed another $13,000 worth of work to correct it all the way. So we went with the Band-Aid fix of 5,000. So if we do keep it, we need to invest another 13,000 in it. So proposing a new one this time. Any questions on that one?
Any questions? John?
Was it under a maintenance schedule?
Yeah, it was leaking, so we fixed it. It gets, so the tractor.
Like your answer, thank you.
No, it just gets its regular annual maintenance, of oil changes and hydraulic changes and things like that, but it doesn't, yeah.
So over the years, it's just basically deterioration.
We've noticed it about 2 years ago. We noticed a small leak, and what happens with the tractors, and I'm looking at the people that own tractors, that you have to separate the tractor for this particular repair, which was a significant cost. And it's internal there in the hydraulic system. I don't have all the details. I have the details, but I don't understand that. But yeah, so it is a significant repair.
It's quite costly. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. Moving on. I don't have any questions. I understand fully.
Know your crowd. You gotta know your crowd when you're talking tractors.
As we get closer to 5 o'clock, I see we're gonna lose more and more control of this meeting. Trevor, please pick up the pace so we don't get close to 5.
Okay. Next, I spoke to briefly the parks trailers. We have 2 parks trailers, one in Baltimore, one in Bewdley. We use these trailers for pulling the lawnmowers to certain parks in the community. They are need of replacement, but more particular one, we want to get a larger trailer that we can use to pull the trailer, or sorry, to pull the tractor, so we can move it to the different ball diamonds and or any other park that we need the tractor in to do some small jobs. Any questions on the parks trailers?
I don't know. I think those 2 over there are still stuck on the tractor. Do you have any questions on the trailers, gentlemen? Do you have any follow-up questions on the tractor, which you 2 seem to be discussing? It's just a utility tractor with 32 horsepower tied to it. Hydrostatic
I have
drive.
I have got some quotes, and 50,000 is sufficient. Yeah.
Okay, doesn't seem like we have any questions on those 2 components. Trevor,
Vending machine, so I spoke to this earlier. We have vending machines a third party provides at our facilities. We've had issues recently with the provider and one, collecting the revenues from it. And two, making sure that they are full and available to the public. So it's been a bit of a challenge, and going through the whole process of that, we've thought that we've seen the money that can be made with that, and we think that it's beneficial to the department to stock these ourselves and manage them ourselves throughout the year to make sure that that service is provided to the public.
How many vending machines are we talking here? I haven't retained that.
Two, one in Baltimore, one in Bewdley.
Okay.
And then we also have the Pepsi machines that we would go through a contract with Pepsi, which they would provide the machines and we would just supply
Okay.
the material.
Mark,
Sorry, what's the return on investment on these? What was the extra dollars per year?
We'll make about 40% on the product that's in it.
And your sales are,
We're thinking about $4,000 to $5,000 for the first year.
so extra 25.
Yeah, they'll pay for themselves in a
5
couple of
years.
years. Yeah.
Thank you.
any follow-up questions anywhere? Okay, Trevor?
That's the issue from the department standpoint is we get all the complaints, but we don't have the control for it. So we want control.
Trevor, I don't think you have anything more. Okay, thank you.
So for general gov, we are requesting $443,000 capital projects. I'm actually going to request our clerk, Daphne Livingston, to speak about the first two.
I don't need
Or
to do
you
that
can-
now.
No, your choice is yours.
No, thank you. I'd prefer to stay. So for your consideration today, I have two business enhancement requests. The first being for IT computer hardware and software. This is a $25,500 request, and it is specifically for life cycle management of the hardware we have in IT. I can answer whatever questions you have, but generally it's replacement of the laptops, some of the like server equipment, switches, things like that. The second business enhancement request is related to SIEM software. So this is security information and event management software. As a managed partner through Northumberland County IT, we are being offered the opportunity to participate in this monitoring system. The capital ask for 2025 is $20,000. It is a continual monitoring of cybersecurity risks. So it's really about risk management for the township to prevent any attacks that may occur over time in IT.
And they're only gonna get worse. Mark,
Is there any yearly cost to these?
So the SIEM software does have a $20,000 capital cost this year, and then next year it will be $20,000 operating. So under this contract with this vendor, I understand it is a 2-year contract, and then if they use a different vendor, they'll be proposing a different cost. And at that time, we would bring it to your attention and ask for additional funds or maybe less funds should it be cheaper. So it's sort of a subscription.
at the rate of 20,000 a year.
Yeah.
Just recently on the news, there was an article about water departments being hacked, getting the information of the users. And that was through the municipal organization. Anyway, hopefully not here. Any questions for Daphne or Nisrat on this component?
If
Thank
not,
you.
So we will move to the next project, which is the EV charging solution. I will request Trevor to speak to this one.
Okay, so this is basically we're looking at EV chargers at some of our municipal facilities, being possibly the Baltimore Arena, the Bewdley Community Center, the Bewdley Waterfront Park, the township office. There's many different, there's 3 different types of chargers out there that you can get: level 1, level 2, and level 3. They all give you different charging. I don't know why I'm speaking to this one. I'm not You guys, anyways, yeah, okay. Um, sorry. So they give you 3 different levels of charging and obviously at different rates. So we're looking at the level 2 chargers is the one I was looking at that would work at some of our facilities where people would show up to the rec center for hockey or whatever it may be, ball or whatever, plug the car in for a couple hours duration, have that charged and come back. So right now there's many incentives out there that we need to pursue for funding for them. There is some costs on capital for the hydro to bring to them. But this is just kind of getting some money forward so that if we do find the right solution, the right fit for us, that we can apply for that funding and look at getting this project started in some of our facilities.
Questions? Grant is 10,000 in this case, 50%. If we don't get the grant, we don't move forward.
Yeah, some of the one grant that I'm aware of is 50%. I'm not sure if some aren't better than others. I'll pursue them all and see what's out there and see what we're into.
So based on your success or failure with the grant application, we'll hear whether we're moving forward or not, if in fact this is approved now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mark?
Quick question, because I have no idea. Is there any return on investment?
Yes, and I don't have them figures at this point on how it's based on usage on when people
How
use it.
do they pay them? Do they pay the machine itself, or do they have to go in and pay one of you, or how does that work?
No, they would pay the machine itself. I believe it's an app that you would get that you would
That
pay
would
for.
work.
Yeah.
This one in particular is all is one model and pay prior to them and then they repeat each model. But it's not a major money maker, but it's a way of recouping from the cost.
Thank you.
Number of years of return on the 10,000
I
of
think
our money.
a lot of the new recreation facilities that they're building now, they're including this in the project when they're being built as well.
Well, it's potential draw for people coming in, but I say, what might the return years be? Anybody know?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that more. Again, it depends on the usage.
Yeah. Okay, what else do we have here?
I
Big
will,
deal.
I'll request Tim to talk about the floodplain mapping update.
Question, did we not already approve this earlier? No? I thought we committed to it. Yeah, I thought we committed to it several months ago when our presenter was here.
I mean, I can just go like this. Does that work? You're talking the commitment of the next 3 years of a certain amount?
Yes. Is that different?
Does that not need to go to budget?
I think we approved it. Was it not 60,000 a year and a 50-50 split on costs? Anyway, maybe we
I'm
could,
happy with that.
if we're incorrect, maybe you could make the presentation very short and we'll deal with it quickly.
It was gonna be very short anyways. Yeah, just identifying the fact that our map is very old, 1975. No digital elevation models can be created by Ganarask Conservation Authority. Are you looking at value? This is just a rare opportunity to get some funding for the 50%, as we know, based on the presentation from Corey. Here to answer any questions, although this is primarily a conservation ask. That maybe has already been approved, and we're checking that.
I think it was just received for information, but I'm confirming. When Corey came.
I'm sure we approved it, but anyway, we can do that again on next budget day if need be. Any questions on this topic? Okay.
Official plan.
Yeah.
Has
please,
this one
Tim.
been approved?
No, we haven't discussed this one yet,
Okay.
Tim.
So the official plan update, this is another one that it's been some time since it was 2010 when it was adopted, and you should be doing your review and undertaking your review at least every 10 years. So it's been 12 already, and there's been numerous changes associated to provincial planning policy since that time. So the update will incorporate a number of different items. The ask right now or budget is 100,000. It is for consultant, although staff recognize the fact that we don't necessarily want to use a consultant, and staff have started the project, but this is a placeholder in case it's beyond the resources that we can put into this update. So here to answer any questions if you have any. Right now it has the planning reserve covering $60,000 in development charges covering 40,000.
And there still be a positive reserve in planning. Positive number in reserves after the 60,000 is taken in.
We can confirm, but I'm gonna say yes.
That's the best answer of the two.
Mr. Mayor, yes, there will be a positive, a surplus of $37,000, $35,000.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Tim or Nezrat on this? Okay, thank you, Tim. Thank you, Nezrat.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the next line is $3,500 to be transferred to the library for new collection. That is as per the DC study that was approved by council. We are going to be collecting the fund from the developer, the DCs, and we will transfer it to the library. Any question?
Any questions? No.
If not, that concludes the budget presentation for the township, and would council receive the presentation?
Okay, prepared motion reads, the council receives report 2024-26, being the 2025 draft operating and capital budget township as information. Do we have a mover and a seconder? Okay, it's been moved, seconded. All those in favor? Carried. Or you want to ask the question before it's carried?
When we did our Remembrance Day celebration ceremony at Colston Hall, I noticed the stone right there was disappearing on the south rock, that's stone. So I asked staff to consider if there's any funding available or whether there's any costs involved in updating that.
Yeah. There is some funding available through Veterans Affairs. So we can investigate that and see what's involved with, I would imagine it's probably, I'm thinking the last time I did one of them, it was 50% funding, so we would need some money earmarked for that if we did, yes.
Can we get a quick thought turnaround on that for next
For
budget
Monday?
day? Just a ballpark even?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any other follow-up, Mark? Questions, John, Larry? Okay, we're about to approve the budget for information. Nezrat, please.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, GRCA, Corey Harris actually did the presentation on October 8th of this year. Council received the presentation. Council didn't approve the project. And that's why we are bringing it forward to council for approval.
Okay,
So through you, Amanda's just looking at the following council meeting to see if there's any additional action after the committee of the whole meeting.
Completely different.
okay. I mean, it was committee of the whole presentation, so we wouldn't be making a motion there anyway. Okay. We're in-
Running aside the environmental reserve for the social.
Yeah, so-
That's true.
So we're well positioned for future consideration.
So I was right.
Just.
No, lost control. Okay, we got a motion on the floor to approve for information, the budget. No, we already got that moved and seconded. We were about to call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion? Carried, thank you.
Can you ask Ms. Rat to clarify, please? with the resolutions passed today.
No, please, you just expand on it. There's no sense going through the mayor.
That's right. If you wouldn't mind, please advising with, the resolutions that were passed today, what the net levy increase is factoring in assessment growth. Just need the new percentages.
7.3. Yeah, 6.3 to
Is that net?
7.3,
So 7.3,
5.9 after growth.
6.4.
6.4.
6.4.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So Monday, we are going to represent the updated budget package to council.
Water.
That's right. So we're requesting council to receive the 2025 draft operating and capital budget for water. I'm actually going to pass
Yeah,
the
you
floor to Anita, the manager of water operation, to go over the accomplishment and priorities for water.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Very briefly, 2024 accomplishments. We received 100% for both of our water treatment plant ministry inspections. Always a good metric to go by. We've implemented water lead hand, and that is providing a critical need in terms of continuity of operations. We definitely will always continue to use every dollar to its utmost. Just want to emphasize that to the ratepayers, that every day we're thinking about how to spend every dollar, and our budget is very tight. We are continuing with our raw water quality study through the Wapaton Clean Water pilot for ammonia removal as a result of customer inquiries and complaints over the years. This pilot is ongoing, and we should have a report from Wapaton Clean Water Center in the early part of the year. We continue to replace water meters so that we can efficiently collect our revenue. We're undergoing the water supply master plan study, and we expect a report from the first phase coming up soon, with phase 2 being completed over the next 2 or 3 months, with a final report to council sometime in, we'll say, February, March of 2025. And as mentioned earlier by Mike from the fire department, we did undertake fire flow testing of fire hydrants. And it gives both the fire department and the water department a better understanding of the capabilities of the distribution system. I'll jump to 2025 priorities on page 6 and just mention a couple that we continue to plan for and prepare for replacement of water operators due to approaching retirements. And again, continued and careful administration of ratepayer dollars.
If I can take everyone to page 7 of the package. Under base, their personnel is increasing by approximately 9%, and that's because of the benefit adjustment that I mentioned earlier for that impacted public works. Contribution to reserve is actually decreasing by approximately $38,000, and I'll talk about it when I go through the pressure sheet. And other revenue is increasing by 5% as per the rate that was approved earlier by council. In terms of new, the water department will be requesting for 1.5 full-time equivalent operator for training purpose, and we'll go through that when we go through the pressure sheet. And external pressure is $5,400 for insurance. Is there any question prior to me moving to the pressure sheet? Okay. Page 8, please. Personnel, as I've said, it's increasing by approximately 9% because of benefit adjustment that we had to do, as well as COLA separate increase benefit rate increases. transfer to capital reserve. So last year, for 2024, we were able to transfer $82,000. This year, we will only be able to transfer $41,000 because of increase in expenditure. And one of the main reason is the new position that we are requesting for this year. As per the water rate study, we should have been transferring $161,000 in 2025. Because of expenditure increases in budget, we are only transferring $41,000. So I wanted to make sure that's clear with council. In terms of transfer to Buttersfield Capital Reserve, we are going to be able to increase that by $1,800. How we do the Buttersfield's reserve transfer, it's what the capital that we collect from that area, we pay off the principal and interest payment for the debt that we borrowed for one of the projects that happened in that area, and the remaining we transfer it to the reserve. In terms of other expenditure, you can see it's minimum increase in Cambron because just to be aligned with actual. And for Crichton Heights, there is a $500 increase for chemical to align with projected actual and CPI. Hydro, $1,800 increase because of CPI, and line maintenance, $6,000 increase aligned with actual. Any question on page 8? I'll move to page 9. You can see revenue is increasing by approximately 5%, and that's the rate that council approved. I am going to pass the floor within a few minutes to Anita, who will speak about the new position that we are requesting for. But prior to that, I'll just talk about the external pressure, which is $5,400 for insurance. I'll now pass the floor to Anita, who will talk about the new position.
Thank you, Nazrat. Due to impending retirements, we must plan for and train a new water operator. We have engaged with existing roads operators to find interest, and we propose that we fill this position, train the person over the course of the next 2 years so that that person can have the good mentorship from 2 senior operators that will be retiring within the next few years. More likely 2 years, but I don't want to say, you never know. Any questions?
Understood. Mark, any questions? John, any questions?
Just to go over it again, so this is a person that you're gonna have come in here part-time from Public Works? Part-time over water to be trained on water.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, now I got 2 minutes. Thank you.
Is
Okay.
there any question on page 9? If not, I will move to page 13, which is the capital budget for water. We are requesting $135,000. I'm going to pass the floor again to Anita to go over the capital.
Thank you, Nazrat. The first item being leak detection in the Creighton Heights distribution system to find and repair leaks. It will help us in recovering potential capacity that's lost in leaks that we currently are unaware of. There may be only a few small ones, or there may be a large one, and this is how we find out. So $60,000 worth, which will cover the detection itself and then any subsequent repairs.
Is the 60,000 for equipment, or what does the 60,000 represent? Like, what physically is it?
Right. So again, the detection by an outside contractor, which would only be a few thousand, and then follow up repairs to any found leaks. We're running at about $1,000 an hour for repairs of that nature. So I would expect to be able to cover 5 major leaks plus the inspection.
Thank you.
Correct.
Please carry on.
Our next budget enhancement sheet is about replacing water meters. This is a redo from many years. I won't take up our time discussing what we've already discussed for several years. Again, it's $20,000 worth for replacing old meters with RFs to increase our efficiency in recovering revenue.
Questions?
Just a comment and maybe a question too. So every year that we give this so-called money over towards the purchase of new water meters, the price goes up by how much for a water meter?
Well, it's forecasted to go up 10% in 2025, and that's why Nazrat and I have worked together to purchase as many meters as we can at this year's price, which is a significant number.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Once when council approves the budget, which will be hopefully on the 16th of December, we will actually proceed with this purchase too. We will be able to cover so that we can take advantage of the 10% less now.
Sorry, this has to come out of water.
Yes,
You're not allowed to take it of any other operational end of it.
no, it's going to be water reserve.
Thank you.
Moving on. Water rate study.
Yes, thank you. We are required by legislation to conduct a water rate study every 5 years. That's coming up, and we set aside money each year. This is what this business enhancement sheet is asking. For the total of 3,500 from development charges and 31,500 from water rate study reserve.
Or a consultant. Legislative,
Yes.
legislative. Okay, any questions? Move on, please.
That's comment. Could we not do this in-house?
Legislated.
It has to be legislated, it has to be done through the process.
I think it's a great question. However, they explore so many more facets than we ever could. And they have experience across the entire province from all the work they do with the other municipalities. It is just not feasible for us to do it in-house.
The next project is the water DC study. This year we did do a township DC study. We could not include, or we did not include water in during the time because of water master plan will be completed in 2025. Once that master plan is completed, we do want to do a DC study for water to make sure that we collect the right amount from the developers. That concludes the water capital budget. Is there any question?
Mark, John?
If I could just ask that water development study. What's the difference? What are we looking at? The annual returns, is that 2,000?
It's going to be 100% from DC. For water DC, we actually collect right now, for instance, $10,000 per. That's right. So it just. That's right. That's right. So this amount will be covered really soon. If council can receive the report.
Any other questions? Motion. Council receives report 2024-27, being the 2025 draft operating and capital budget water as information. Mover. Seconder. Mark and John. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. We don't have any media with us. I don't believe we will have anybody online, do we? Okay, confirmatory bylaw. Prepared motion that the bylaw 2024-65 being a bylaw to adapt the proceedings of the special council meeting held on the 11th day of December 2024 and to authorize its execution be given a first, second, and third reading and finally pass this 11th day of December 2024. Mover? John, seconder? Mark? Questions? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Motion for adjournment, prepared motion. Prepared motion that the special council meeting held on December 11th, 2024 be adjourned at 4:40 PM. Mark? Seconder? John? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone.